Amazing job, thank you. Is there a supplementary agenda?
No, there is not a supplementary agenda this evening. However, council and people in the room this evening, you'll notice that we are using cordless microphones. Our technical difficulties happen this evening, and therefore we will be rotating a microphone, and also our voting is not working. So we will have to go back to old school of the show of hands. So therefore we need to pass a motion because of the procedural bylaw says that we shall use electronic voting. So we will do a show of hands. So the motion reads that council waives section 9.1 of the procedural bylaw regarding electronic voting due to technical difficulties with audio and voting system for the September 9th, 2019 council meeting. Motions will be conducted by a show of hands and noted in the minutes as carried or defeated, only with no indication of which way a councillor voted. However, a recorded vote will only be taken at the request of a council member and will be done so by using a paper voting ballot, which is in your drawers. So if there was a vote that you wanted recorded, please advise us and we will get the paper out for the recorded vote. We just didn't want to take up the time to do that for everyone. So as a reminder also, please put your hands up high for when the mayor asks who passes and when he asks who's against so that we can note the numbers. So if we can have a mover and seconder for that.
So without the electronic voting, we can't vote to not vote electronic, right? Okay. So do I have a motion to accept? Councillor Kirkwood White, seconded by Councillor B. McGregor. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Disclosures of pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, for open session agenda items and on the general nature thereof. Councillor Hall.
I don't know. It's on. Oh, can you hear it now? Okay, there we go. Hey. 18A and 18B, I declare a conflict.
Okay, any others?
We could ask him this here and then just say what was that down.
Yes, is Thorin here by any chance? I don't see him in the room. We'll hold off if he does arrive, we'll hold off on the recognition for his great accomplishment. Item 10. Oh, yes. Mr. Shropshire.
Council and members of the public, we want to take an opportunity to recognize that this is Mike Turner's last meeting. Mike has served as our CFO for the last 5 years, and Mike's electing to have retirement this month. And I just wanted to recognize that Mike has been instrumental in developing a long-term financial plan for the municipality, long-term financial reporting, which are both critical to maintaining an accountable government. Mike's also outside of the area of finances and IT, which he's responsible for. Mike also took a leadership role in planning the Pinty's Cup of curling last year, and it was a resounding success. He got lots of kudos for that. And Mike has been just a joy to work with. I think council has recognized in Mike a consummate professional who gives trusted advice to council and administration, and he can always be counted upon to provide that advice in a very timely manner and with a great deal of integrity and professionalism. So we were very fortunate. One of Mike's greatest accomplishments, I think, is he's been able to build a succession plan. We've got a very deep pool of very experienced people in his department to provide leadership after he's retiring. So if I could ask council and members of the public to join me in thanking Mike for his years of service.
Mike, you gotta wave for your adoring fans, come on. Item 10, consideration of proposed declaration to close part of Dufferin Avenue south of James Street in the community of Wallaceburg. The property being considered is to be closed legally described as part of the road allowance between concessions 1 and 2, municipality of Chatham-Kent, depicted as parts 1, 2, and 3 on 24R 10587, being part of property identification numbers 00567, 0069, and 00567, 0067. During the week of August 26, 2019, a notice of intention to close the above noted road was published in the Sydenham Current newspaper for a 2-week period, and on August 26, 2019 on the municipal website for a 2-week period. I will now invite any person wishing to be heard to approach the podium and give the reasons why their lands will be adversely affected by this declaration to close this portion of the road. Seeing none, do I have a motion? Councillor Hall, seconded by Councillor Carmen McGregor. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Deputations.
Thank you, Council. We have 8 deputations this evening. I'll remind all of the speakers that you have a maximum of 5 minutes this evening, and there will be a timer. I will advise you when the 5 minutes is up. We welcome you to come to the podium and please present your deputation. I will call who's up and who's on deck just to be ready. So the first speaker is Walter Van de Kloot on item 18D, which is the motion of Councillor Kirkwood White regarding CK legal aid.
Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Caniff, and council members of Chatham-Kent. My name is Walter Van de Kloot, and I'm the Executive Director, Lawyer of the Chatham-Kent Legal Clinic. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here to speak in support of Councillor Kirkwood White's motion regarding provincial cuts to Legal Aid Ontario. Community legal clinics serve individuals and families in communities across Ontario. Funded by Legal Aid Ontario, clinics offer a broad range of legal services to address the basic legal needs of low-income people. The work that we do is aimed at ensuring that people with low incomes are able to meet their most basic needs, which in turn gives them the ability to live with health and dignity as active members of their communities. Most clinics serve geographic communities, while a handful of clinics serve specific communities such as the elderly or the disabled. There are 72 community legal clinics in Ontario, operating on a budget of approximately $80 million. In 2017, community clinics across Ontario represented over 21,000 people at tribunals or courts, gave more than 171,000 people detailed advice and assistance, and carried out almost 7,000 public legal education, community development, and law reform projects and initiatives. Clinics are storefront offices located in the community they serve. With minimal administration, clinics are able to be flexible and client-centered. As circumstances dictate, some clients receive full representation, while others receive summary advice or appropriate referrals. Client surveys indicate very high satisfaction with the work done by clinics. Clinics regularly provide access to justice in a cost-effective manner. They operate on modest capped budgets, providing cost certainty to government. Clinics are accountable to their funder. They submit annual funding applications, submit quarterly statistical and financial reports, and undergo periodic quality service audits. Research shows that investing in community legal clinics reduces costs to the legal system and across multiple government programs by keeping people housed and able to live independently and participate in their communities. The Canadian Bar Association determined that for every dollar spent on legal aid, the government saves an average of $6 elsewhere. Clinics work to understand and respond to individual and community needs. They are nonprofit and are governed by a board comprised of local residents. Clinics are rooted in the communities they serve. They prioritize client and community needs and attempt to strategically meet those needs. In the slide there, you see the types of areas of law that our clinic provides in response to the strategic examination of what our community needs. Clinics develop linkages with non-legal service providers such as healthcare, housing help, mental health care, and employment supports, so as to help facilitate wraparound services for people in need. Since September 2018, the Chatham-Kent Legal Clinic has provided advice and/or representation to 1,072 tenants, an average of about 89 tenants per month over the past 12 months, 246 of whom were facing eviction. Working with community agencies and landlords, the clinic was instrumental in resolving evictions in 221, almost 90% of those situations where the tenancy was in jeopardy. An eviction, on average, costs a tenant about $2,230. By providing these services, the clinic was able to keep many people in their homes and thus also provided overall savings to taxpayers in the community. A typical eviction costs taxpayers an average of $4,500. By keeping those 221 citizens housed, the clinic facilitated estimated savings of almost $1 million in the Chatham-Kent community. Most of these costs would have been borne by our health and social services systems. In conclusion, full and effective access to the justice system is a fundamental right that should be accorded to all people in our municipality, including our most vulnerable, many of whom experience poverty or live on low incomes. On behalf of the clinic and our local board of directors, I respectfully ask for your support of the motion presented by Councillor Kirkwood White. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Diane Fluke on the CK Trails Council, item 19C, and on deck will be Bert Voss.
Good evening, everyone. As you've heard, my name is Diane Fluke. I am the president of the Chatham-Kent Trails Council. We are volunteers from all over Chatham-Kent who work with our Chatham-Kent manager, Jeff Bray. We bring recreational and transit opportunities to Chatham-Kent. I'm here on behalf of the Chatham-Kent Trails Council to bring a deputation in favor of engineering and transportation's recommendation tonight. Specifically, on-street parking for 5 vehicles will be removed from the north side of McNaughton Avenue west between Kyle Drive North and Fergie Jenkins Parkway in Chatham. This would accommodate on-road bike lanes, which are needed to provide commuter transit in that area. I believe you all have a map outlining the existing active transportation corridors that we've been able to provide in that area. The red line is very noticeable because it is the only connection that we have not been able to complete. And the reason it is so important that you pass this recommendation tonight is because of the oncoming traffic that's going to occur in that area. These are major transportation challenges that are coming. And you are being tasked tonight with preparing for the future. The St. Clair District Catholic School Board is building a very large two-story elementary school and one-story child care center on the north side of McNaughton Avenue West. This one large complex will bring students from 3 existing schools, St. Vincent, St. Agnes, and Our Lady of Fatima Catholic Schools. This means that every school morning and afternoon, McNaughton Avenue West will be a major transportation corridor for school buses, pedestrians, motor vehicles, and bicycles. In addition to all of that traffic congestion, St. Clair College, the Healthplex, arena, soccer, and ball fields are located on the south side of McNaughton Avenue West. Can you imagine the traffic? Fortunately, the St. Clair Catholic School Board and Chatham-Kent Engineering and Transportation Department have been carefully planning for these challenges. It is important to read their recommendations carefully and understand that all of the transit improvements that they recommend provide a complete transit plan and safe traveling area. Included in these plans are the removal of the on-street parking for 5 vehicles to accommodate bike lanes. Dedicated bike lanes have been encouraged by the provincial and federal governments. Research shows that dedicated bicycle lanes reduce vehicle congestion and improve health. To help finance many of the trails in Chatham-Kent, especially those around that extremely busy corridor, our CK Active Transportation Life Cycle program has been applying for and receiving Ontario Municipal Commuter Cycling Grants. And you have probably seen these people cycling all around Chatham, even when there isn't a safe corridor. Dedicated bicycle corridors are part of the CK's Transit Master Plan. In addition, the St. Clair District School Board has also expressed strong support for bicycle lanes. They believe that cycling corridors should be a part of all transit planning. Planning for the future is our task tonight. Everyone in this room wants the same thing for the
That's time,
children. Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bert Boss on item 19D, which is McDougall Line Bridge over Government Drain. And on deck will be Tracy Callahan.
I'm Bert Bosch. Good evening, Council members. I'm here to present my concerns about a possible closure of the McDougall Bridge. I'm concerned that there will be more dangerous accidents on the Queen Line, the McDougall Road, because of more traffic using this dangerous corner coming from Chatham direction. Farm equipment is long and wide these days and need to use both traffic lanes to make this turn, sometimes with overhanging grain augers. The width of the farm equipment in most situations makes that traffic in both lanes need to come to a complete stop or drive very slow. Many car drivers have no patience to do this now and in the future anymore. As seen in my own experience many close calls when a car is passing me when I try to make this turn at the Queen's Line. I prefer to use the safer route, using the McDougall Bridge to access my farm, shop, grain bins, and grain dryer. Other safe options to access my building sites and farms I don't have, especially with full wagon loads where the wagons is not designed to make the sharp corner and might tip the grain load in the middle of the road with consequence. If council make a decision to close this McDougall Bridge, I'm forced to take this dangerous corner, possibly resulting in deadly accidents. I'm not the only farmer who uses this road. Many use the McDougall line to escape the very busy intersection of Merlin Road and Queen Line and stay as long as possible off the Queen Line and like to take the safe route, McDougall Bridge, to turn on the road. Some of the other drivers may use Barrett Road when the bridge will be closed. On Barrett Road, nobody can pass a truck or farm machinery. Cars or school buses are forced to back up the almost 1 mile Barrett Road when meeting them. Also, school buses have nowhere to turn in the event they need to go to the houses on the McDougall line. And by my knowledge, school buses are not even allowed to back up. I hope that the council understands that keeping the McDougall Bridge is the only safe option for school buses, residents, and farm equipment, and that it will possibly save many lives. If council has difficulties understanding how cars and farm equipment drives on this road and what the safer option is, I personally invite council to drive both the McDougall Bridge and the Queen Line, McDougall Corner, with me on the tractor and our carbine to see it with own eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tracy Callahan on item 18B, Community Partnership Fund, Event Funding Request. On deck will be Harry Lawson from the Kent Federation of Agriculture.
Mayor Caniff and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Tracy Callahan, and here with me is my partner, David Robichaud. We are the two co-chairs for the Festival of Nations 2019. After almost a 20-year hiatus, the Festival of Nations returned to Chatham-Kent. This event was a free, family-friendly, 2.5-day event, which included a parade, citizenship ceremony, a Loverboy concert, along with many local bands and cultural entertainment. The goal of the event was to promote cultural engagement, inclusion, and diversity in our community. The Festival of Nations is a multicultural festival with the goal to inspire the people of CK to rediscover more about about our world and embrace the rich cultural diversity in our community, brought to us by the immigrants from around the globe. CK is comprised of immigrants from 59 countries. We invited the many ethnic groups that are represented in CK to come together for a unique 3-day experience to celebrate the cultural heritage through dancing, performances, exhibits, demonstration, and cuisine. The event took place on June 29th and 30th and July 1st, 2019, with only 5 months planning. The average number of people in the park at one time was between 2,500 and 4,000, which was continuous throughout the days. There were additional peak times at Tecumseh Park following the parade and early afternoon during the certain entertainers and the Saturday night fireworks that exceeded well over 4,000 people. Security reported that on Sunday night's concert, we brought in approximately 10,000 people into the park. Just going to switch to the next picture. Fundraising for the free event included community and corporate sponsors, grant applications, booth and vendor fees, 50-50 raffle, swag sales, and donations. Event partners included representation from Adult Language and Learning, Tech Savvy, and service groups such as the BIA, Kinsman, React Team, Community Living, Local Immigration Partnership Council members, and the numerous volunteers and municipal guidance for special events. The budget for this event was over $189,000. Our current grant, 2019 grant guidelines, The grant for the event would only be $5,000. The event was recommended and approved for the $5,000 grant. The original event budget was estimated about $150,000. However, we were faced with some unforeseen costs, which included additional security and fencing recommended for safety concerns as a result of the size and scope of this event, along with production costs that doubled for the existing band shell did not meet the specifications of a larger band requirements. In efforts to reduce costs, we scaled back and cut some of the other planned activities to offset the additional unplanned expenses. Historically, this event was hosted and supported by the municipality. We were able to provide a free event to the public, all through the many community and corporate sponsors and an incredible group of volunteers. No one received remuneration for any of their time. It was overwhelming on the amount of people who were pleased with the comeback of this Festival of Nations, and we've been asked if we were able to do it again. Moving forward, we would like to continue this festival, bigger and better than this year, and with more than 5 months to plan. However, we need your support. We ask that you support the motion today, providing the $20,000 recommendation of funding to assist the Festival of Nations with their 2019 deficit, which also provides us a greater opportunity to use our future fundraising efforts towards next year's event. We thank you for your time this evening and giving us the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker is Harry Lawson on item 19D, McDougall Line Bridge over Government Drain. On deck is Jason Tellier on the same item.
Mayor Caniff, members of council, I'm Harry Lawson. I'm once here again tonight representing the Kent Federation of Agriculture membership. We'll be commenting on two agenda items, namely the culvert replacement tender on Pavey Line and the recommendation to divest and remove the bridge at the end of McDougall Line. You just heard a very eloquent firsthand report from an affected landowner down there, and there are lots more that have the same problems and concerns that he does. So the first item I want to speak about is the tender to spend $750,849.97. $750,849.97 to replace a steel culvert on a 1.9 kilometer long, lightly used road. This road creates a triangle between Baseline and Kent Bridge Road. So it's basically a shortcut, but the bridge is necessary. We have no problem with that. It's the cost is the issue. KFA representatives made a site visit and totally agree with the need to replace the bridge. But our concern is the excessive cost of the recommended precast concrete box culvert. Now we've obtained credible advice from people in the industry that advise that a polymer coated culvert, 100-year lifetime, is what the guarantee is, that would be suitable for this location, would cost considerably less than $200,000 assembled, not installed, but assembled, sitting there ready to put in. And it's, so anyway, basically that would leave $558,000 left over to install it. And anybody in the right mind knows that it doesn't cost $558,000 to install one culvert. So we had some commentary on that in the report, and a glaring example in the report for not installing a steel culvert is the risk of improper backfilling. With the quality of contractors in Chatham-Kent's roster, that shouldn't be an issue. You can pack gravel and put it in. That's pretty basic stuff. So council needs to disregard the spin about the benefits that concrete brings to this project over lower cost steel. The concrete box culvert, that's basically I would call it not a Cadillac, but a Lexus structure on a road that warrants a Toyota Corolla. It's not a prudent use of taxpayer dollars. Enough said about that one. The second issue tonight is the removal of the McDougall Line Bridge. You've already heard one speaker about that, and I think you're going to hear another one at least. And it seems there's been no public consultation since 2011, and the only notice of this action was the council agenda, which is very limited exposure. And as an aside, in some of the commentary on that report, we're not aware of any supporting motion at the Innovation Committee to support the recommendation to divest roads. I don't recall ever seeing a duly made, moved, and voted on motion carried that recommended that. That McDougall line shows 400 vehicles a day. That's not an insignificant amount of traffic. As before, an incident on Queen's Line would require a detour route with many turns and likely impair access for emergency vehicles if they had to go to Chatham or go the other way to get around it. So our suggestion from the KFA is that council instruct staff to bring a revised tender back to council with details supporting the lowest cost structure suitable for paving line, and apply that saving of several $100,000 from paving line towards funding a McDougall Bridge repair or replacement. And also ask staff to report back to council with a complete list of options for repair and replacement of the McDougall Line Bridge with supporting documentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Next is Jason Tellier on item 19D. On deck is Paul and Dennis Debat with regards to the Partnership Fund event fundraising request.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for listening to me tonight. I'm here on behalf of Tellier Cattle Farms. My mom and dad are on the McDougall line, run a cattle farm and cash crop. And here to voice my concern and prevent a dangerous situation from happening should the McDougall Bridge close without proper preparation and planning. I'm concerned that there will be more accidents on the Queens Line at the McDougall Road, as there is not a proper corner to turn east onto the McQueen's Line, or to turn off the Queens Line onto the McDougall Line. Tractors, cultivators, wagons, and trucks will rip up the Queens Line Road and the shoulder to make that sharp turn. And at the same time, and more importantly, while they're trying to make that turn, they will be turning very slow, which would cause traffic on the Queens Line to slow down or even stop, which would cause a deadly accident. Queens Line is a very busy road, especially in the past few months since the 401 is under construction. There's been a lot more traffic than normal. The bridge were to close, if the bridge were to close, there needs to be a proper entrance and exit. And from the Queens Line, from the McDougall Line, before the bridge can be closed. Major reconstruction needs to be done to that intersection. If this corner is not fixed before the bridge is closed, there will be accidents, equipment failure, and road damage to the intersection. Turning farm equipment that sharp on that angle is very dangerous to the driver and the public using that highway, especially when we have 35-foot wagons with hay and straw we buy from local farmers that has to come into our farm. It's a very steep angle, and especially when traffic is going 90 kilometers an hour around that corner. This can be prevented by keeping the bridge open, especially while construction is taking place on the 401, to ensure the safety of the traffic on the Queens Line at the McDougall intersection. If the bridge were to close, the McDougall Line would also have to be paved to accommodate the farm equipment and the trucks. Another concern is the school buses will not be able to turn around the McDougall Line. It's a very narrow road and with the size of buses, it creates a dangerous situation to turn around in any driveway. Also, the intersection is a very sharp turn for the bus as well, causing dangers for a bus full of students. Safety for our children should be our first concern. The intersection of Queens Line and Merlin Road is very busy now, and going to be even more, the intersection at Queens Line and Merlin Road is very busy, and now will even be more congested with traffic if the bridge closes. A lot of cars use the McDougall line to avoid the intersection at the Queens Line and Merlin Road. McDougall line is also frequently used if there's an accident on the Queens Line as a detour to avoid the accident. If there is not enough time to make alternate routes to our farming plan, we found out on Friday, September 6th, plans have been made on December 6th that you were planning on voting to close the bridge. Plans have already been made to use our road as normal. Closing the bridge will affect our farm business dramatically, because if we knew that there was a chance the bridge would be closed, then our farm plans would have been different to help accommodate the situation. There needs to be fair warning and in this situation, and there needs to be proper planning for road and public safety. In the last several years, there have been a half road sign on the bridge, knowing the bridge is going to be closed to repair soon, but nothing has been addressed regarding fixing that intersection at the Queens Line and McDougall Road to accommodate the traffic should the bridge close. In close, I hope Council understands that the McDougall Bridge closes. If the McDougall Bridge closes with a proper road intersection at the Queens Line and McDougall Line, the safety of the residents of the McDougall Line will be compromised. The farming and business practices will be forced to use that intersection at the Queens Line and McDougall Line, which will be unsafe with proper time to plan. Buses and traffic will also have to go down the road. Thanks for listening tonight.
Thank you. Next is Paul Danino and Dennis DeBott with regard to item 18B, the Community Partnership Fund. Are they here? We received an email from them. Okay. The last speaker is Dennis Sauvé on item 19D, the McDougall Line Bridge over the government drain.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I come to you today in great frustration. I've lived on that road for 45 years. That bridge has been a part of my lifestyle. I've worked land from Dover to the lake at the other end. I use that bridge 1,000 times a year for fun, and I'm one farmer. Back in 2011, there was a hasty meeting. We had 2 days' notice in the middle of October, in one of our busiest times, to decide whether we close this bridge or not. 3 people showed up, I was told. They felt there was no interest, but we were all busy. We have lifestyles that maybe council at the time didn't understand. There was an opening afterwards. They gave us 5 days to respond. I wrote a 7-page letter. I came to a meeting. They agreed to leave the bridge open. There's been nothing done to that bridge in 8 years. 8 years. They put a half-load law sign on it. Why? After 8 years. Now we get word yesterday. I drove 8 hours today to be here. And I wanted to tell you that just because of how important this is to me. I was on vacation. I wasn't planning on coming home, but I'm here. And I got here 15 minutes before this meeting. You cannot close this bridge. And I'm going to tell you that 3 times because sometimes it takes 3 times to sink in, because obviously it didn't sink in 8 years ago. We have a new council here. Basically, there's a lot of new faces here. People have voted. They've voted for change, in my opinion. Change does not come easily. You have a lot on your plate. You have a lot that needs addressing, and you can't do it all at the same time. But I implore on you not to close this bridge. There's 400 vehicles in 2011 that ran down that road. That's 400 vehicles that are going to go to the Queens line and the Merlintown line, which is already a dangerous intersection. I think you've already had meetings as to how to address the traffic volumes at that corner. You're going to be increasing those. And then you're going to be adding farm equipment to that road between the McDougall and the Merlintown line constantly, because that's our only access now. I very hastily just threw a few notes down at lunchtime when I was eating. I'd like to know who decides whether these bridges get closed. How is that decided? Is it the volume of traffic? Is it the cost? Is it the location? Is it the state of repair? I understand there's a Gleason Bridge that's going to be repaired next. It's a mile down the road from this bridge. Why is that bridge getting repaired and this one getting closed? They're both over the same drain. This bridge, I believe, has 10 times the traffic that the Gleason does. Not that the Gleason Bridge isn't important, but the volume of traffic is there. And then you add that safety aspect of putting 400 vehicles a day through that other intersection. You're turning 160 degrees, in my opinion, to come back on that McDougall line. If any of you are aware of where it's at, number 2 used to be the McDougall line. Now it veers off. If I have to come and veer back to that road with a large tractor and a planter and a tank on the front of it, I use every inch of that whole turn to barely squeak by that curb. That's unsafe. And I have to slow right down because I'm turning backwards. And that's what Jason was trying to tell you. A safety aspect of increasing accidents in that other intersection. And I believe, in my opinion, you're going to open yourself up to lawsuits, because if some smart lawyer decides you got in an accident where, and you used to take the McDougall and now it's closed, who did they close it? Why did they close it for? Safety first. You don't want to put yourselves in this position. I thank you for listening to me. I hope I've made a point. This is imperative. We've asked you to take our monies and to better our lives. You're in charge of what we pay you, all of our tax monies, to enhance our lives, to better our lives, not to close our bridges. Thank you.
Thank you. Consent agenda. Any items to be removed from the consent agenda and placed aside for consideration and debate separately? Seeing none, can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda? Councillor Finn, seconded by Councillor Bondi. All in favor? Hands high. Opposed? Carried. Notices of motion. Councillor Oche. Pass the mic over.
I, Councillor Mark Oche, hereby provide notice that I'll bring forward the following motion at the September 23rd, 2016, old paper, sorry, council meeting for discussion and voting that the Wheatley Fish Festival received the $2,500 that they tried to apply for, that had a problem applying and it never came to Amy Wilcox. They did call Amy before and after the date. Thank you.
Item 14, tender awards.
Thank you. Tender award 14A, contract T19-317, paving line over Little Bear Creek Drain, culvert replacement.
Councillor Foss? Okay, seconded by Councillor B. McGregor. Any questions? Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Pinsino.
Just a quick question for confirmation. Did this report state that the average daily traffic for this culvert was 200?
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Gaff.
Yes, the ADT, the average annual daily traffic is 200 for this location.
Okay, and we use the same calculation for average daily traffic for all bridges and culverts? That wouldn't change from bridge to bridge based on where the bridge is or any other factors?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pinsino?
Thank you, Your Worship. Was the specialized culvert, was it even considered on this project that the KFA was speaking about?
Thank you, Mayor Camp. So we did consider two different options for this location, going back to a steel structure, as well as obviously the concrete structure, which is what we move forward with. It should be noted for this particular location, due to the width and the clearance requirements on this particular drain, it is not just a standard round pipe ultimately that would get just installed in the actual drain crossing. This particular location is something called a multi-plate pipe. So it's something that has to get actually fabricated on site in the field. So it is a larger structural steel actual crossing. So it is still a steel pipe. It's just a multi-plate pipe here. It's more of a structural steel type of application. So with the steel, any kind of a steel replacement for a crossing, there is a height of fill requirement for pipes and for steel pipes which the current road profile for this particular bridge cannot accommodate without any significant changes to the road profile. Immediately adjacent to the actual bridge as well, there is two farm access culverts that, should we have moved forward with a pipe for this particular location and raise the grade to accommodate the height requirement, we would have been negatively impacting the farm access culverts immediately adjacent to the crossing as well. So it would have required potential replacement or at least modifications to their access culverts to accommodate the higher road profile, which is why we elected to move forward with the concrete option, because the concrete option doesn't require that minimum height of fill requirement.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't hear anything about the other culverts. So maybe I'm not talking close enough. So the other two culverts there, they would have to be modified if we went with the round culvert at this site?
So the road profile would have had to have been raised, and therefore the other two structures would have had to have been lengthened, but we would have had to have looked at them in more detail to determine if you were just simply to lengthen them to accommodate the higher road profile, or if those pipes would have had to have been replaced as well due to their condition.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So my first question is how long has that culvert been in place? I don't think it says in here.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I do not have that information available. I don't believe it's in the report.
Okay.
So we're not aware of the current life right now.
Sure. What I really would have liked to see is the cost differences between the culvert and then what is being recommended. So we can understand the pricing, because I know you're saying it's a plus for the culvert, but what is that plus? Like dealing with the other two culverts in question.
As we only focus specifically on this road crossing and moving forward with the concrete option, all we would have looked at would have been the cost comparison between the pipe crossing for the road and the raised profile of the road. We did not go into detail looking at the two adjacent farm culverts in great detail. We'd have to actually go back in the field and verify and analyze those structures as well to determine their structural status, to actually come back with a true number to answer that question.
Great. And what is the life expectancy of a bridge that you're recommending?
So typical concrete structure replacement will provide approximately 75 years of service.
Okay, but at one point, you're going to have to refurbish, right, the would you have to refurbish, maybe I should say, the concrete to keep it to going to that 75 years? Is that correct?
Correct. So and typically within that 75 years, there is a form of rehabilitation that's required as well.
And how much is that usually? Like on average, is it half the price of the bridge? Is it a quarter of the price of the bridge? Like
Between a third to a half on average, if I were to throw a number out there.
okay, so my next question is, if you were to put a culvert in there, a steel culvert, excuse me, right? What is the life expectancy of that, and is there any time between that point and life expectancy that you had to put money in to refurbish a culvert?
So typical life expectancy of a steel pipe, a polymer coated steel pipe, of course, is what would have been recommended for this crossing. The polymer coating would have provided that protection from corrosion and salt for typically what you find in municipal drains out there. So the polymer coated provides approximately the same life expectancy, 75 years. That's what we always kind of use as the threshold. The level of maintenance required on a steel pipe culvert for any kind of rehabilitation work would have been hard to. I'd have to go back and verify on some files about what the typical rehabilitation measures have been for a multi-plate steel pipe. This is not just a standard round corrugated steel pipe. With it being a multi-plate pipe, I'd have to verify to get you that information.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to put forward a motion to defer this until we get the pricing on a multi-steel culvert, the price to put it in the ground, install it, as well as price on if we did have to change those two farm ones that you're speaking of. If we're still coming out $100,000 ahead, then we're still coming out $1,000 ahead. So I'd like to put that forward.
Councillor Pinsino? Okay. Any questions relating to the motion? Seeing none, we'll put that to vote, and then we'll go back to the original motion. Okay. Councillor Harrigan?
Testing, yep. Just to make sure that I understand, I'm wondering if a staff member or somebody can repeat what that motion was. And then the question that I have is, can we do that given that it's already gone out for tender and we're a public organization and it's gone through that process? Just a clarifying question on that one.
We've canceled tenders before, and we can do that. In this case, I understand you're asking just to defer while you get more information. That's a new scenario for me. So to be honest, I'm not sure that we should be doing that. Can we adjourn this to later in the meeting, and I can get back to you once I've looked at our tender documents? If we could just refer this to later in the meeting.
Yeah,
please.
That's fine with me. It was a two-part question. The first, I wanted to make sure I understood what Councillor Oche was moving. So if staff could repeat it back so that everybody is on the same page. And then two, it was, can we do this given us being a public organization?
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, if I could get also look at what was proposed in the motion, then that will help me as well.
Yes, so we'll defer this to later in the meeting. If you can give the nod to let us know when you might be have the information. We'll go from there. 14B.
Tender award contract T19-318, Gillier Blind, fourth line over Hartwick Drain, culvert replacement, Community of Harwich.
Councillor B. McGregor, seconded by Councillor Latimer. Any questions relating to this? Councillor Harrigan.
Just confirming that the AADT, or the average daily traffic on this culvert, is 100 per day?
Thank you, Mayor Knapp. That is correct, 100.
Thank you.
Councillor Latimer.
I just have a question with regard, again, just with regard to your rationalization as to why you would automatically go through the concrete cast versus your steel culvert. I understand from what I'm reading is that it's because of again, the road profile will result in higher construction costs to put in the steel culvert. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Knapp. So again, same argument as the last report, the last structure, with regards to the increase of cost as a result of raising the road profile to accommodate the higher height of fill requirement for steel pipe, yes.
So that would offset what if you did go with the steel culvert, because it's got a lower cost front end, and even with the replacement, it still would be less. Is that because the road cost allotment brings up the overall cost to meet the concrete?
The cost comparison, although not provided in the report, but it was analyzed, the difference between a precast versus cast in place concrete structures, as well as ultimately versus a corrugated steel pipe option, factoring in everything that's required to accommodate the higher fill in the steel pipe. We did determine ultimately that the concrete was the best option for this, financially and long-term benefits as well.
I guess I'd be happier. I know I'm not on the infrastructure committee, but I actually, maybe someone from the infrastructure committee could comment on, are they seeing the differences in costs? Or the alternatives that are considered when you go about deciding who gets or what you use in the end, versus concrete versus steel versus polymer versus aluminum, all the other. Does somebody else see that? I don't know.
Thank you, Mayor. So the level of detail that you're asking for does not typically go back to the committee. These are decisions made by engineers with bridge experience, and members of the committee do not have that experience. So this is not a discussion we've had with the infrastructure committee.
However, you are looking at alternatives, right? That's what isn't that not the impetus of the committee, that they would be asking you to look at alternatives and then bringing forth even an example of that? I think that's what I'm hearing here around the horseshoe, is that we're being told there's alternatives, not that they're better or less expensive, but we don't know if they are or they aren't, because I'm not an engineer either.
Thank you, Mayor. So if you notice in all of your bridge reports, you see an innovation section now. That is the area that we describe all of the things that we've looked at.
Innovation, okay.
So all of the alternatives that you're describing, we also have spent a lot of time on the education process with the infrastructure committee, and we've talked about the 40 different variables you need to consider when you're designing a bridge.
Okay,
and we use our consultants and our internal staff. We go through all those different variables. And from there, what we've summarized in innovation, these are the things that we looked at. And from there, we chose one, sometimes two, and then we've gone out for tender on that.
I see that, Thomas. I guess what I'm just looking at is that I'm seeing it's preferred over this type of application, but it says additional benefits, but what would those additional benefits be? I guess I am looking, and that may be my own education that I need, just for me personally. I can't speak for anybody else in the horseshoe, but I mean, your last one, it was the additional costs. Well, what would that be? Or additional benefits, what are those? So just those sorts of things, I guess I'm just becoming a little more aware, because other people out in the community are bringing that information to us, and I'm not an engineer, so when I'm seeing additional benefits, what would that be? So I know you can't answer this specifically.
I can give you a
tonight.
high-level answer, and this is what we discussed with the committee as well, is that what we look at is the total cost on a yearly basis. So you may have higher upfront costs, but you'll have much longer life, right? And we look at total project costs and total maintenance costs as well. So over the lifespan of a bridge, being 75 years, sometimes it's 50, we then look at that as an equation and say, okay, what is therefore the least cost per year to maintain that bridge? And that's predominantly how we make our decisions.
Sure, I would say, and you would look at the lifespan is 75 years with a refurbished at 38, 37, 38.
Right.
If you use the culvert, it maybe it's less money, it's a third of the cost, and you can't refurbish it, you have to completely replace it. But if, all costs withstanding, you may end up even a little less to put the culvert in versus putting the concrete cast. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at all this, like you explained, Chris, in the last example, we don't know what those costs. We didn't know anything about those two drains until you gave us the extra information. So that may well have brought that cost really close to what you're recommending. So we wouldn't feel there was such a difference in cost. Do you see where I'm coming from? I just, in my limited knowledge about this, and I admit it's very limited, I'm learning, and that's why I'm asking you the extra questions. Because while I don't want to short sight ourselves and go cheap and then end up costing us more in the end, I also want to be affirmed or reassure ourselves and the constituents that we're using the upfront money as well as we can. That's all I.
So thank you. So that was the intent of putting the innovation section in to describe at a high level why we chose what we did. We'll go back and we can take a look at that to see if we can even improve upon the reports that we've been producing to give you a greater level of confidence.
Thank you.
Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, and through the mayor. On behalf of the committee, I will just explain that what we have done, we have seen different options and what they look at, but what we've worked with the committee and our recommendations have been for them to find innovative ways to find savings and other use of material. So that actually was with the last council, and since we've changed since the election, the newer councils that are on this committee, the other councillors are gone, the newer councillors on this committee didn't have the opportunity other than a meeting to be briefed on the previous year, but not with in-depth understanding of what was presented to us at the meeting. So I will bring back to the meeting that needs to come back at maybe more in depth, and at which time maybe that could be shared with all councillors. Which might be a good idea. The only other thing I would like to ask is Mr. Lawson in his delegation mentioned a polymer structure. Have we looked at the polymer structures to be used within our system for our culverts, our bridges?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, typically for any steel pipe replacement that we do move forward with, we consider the polymer coating because it does provide that extra level of lifespan with the harsh weather environments and harsh drainage environments that we do have out there. So,
okay, so it's basically it's a polymer coating over top of the steel.
That's correct.
And that gives it that extra life. Okay.
Yep.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. We all seem to be learning a lot about culverts tonight. And I was just curious because one of the things you mentioned was that you'd have to adjust the road height, right, to allow for the proper level of fill over top. And looking at both roads, this one and the previous one, they were both on gravel roads. So just out of curiosity, could you not just simply install two slightly smaller steel culverts side by side each other?
Thank you, Mayor Caff. Typically, we have looked at dual pipes before, kind of cross-section to eliminate the height requirement, but that's not ideal. It's even supported, I guess not supported through our drainage team as well. The increase in maintenance costs as a result of having that now obstruction in the middle of the drain is a major concern for our drainage team as well as our public works team. So that alone, in addition to the scouring effect that occurs, is the reason why we don't move forward typically with those kind of options, but we have considered those in the past.
So when you talk about increased maintenance, you mean having to refill and put more rock in as it gets washed out?
No, it's basically an obstruction in the drain as a result of the two pipes, the two end walls of the pipes being in the center of the drain, collecting debris and garbage, creating blockages within the drain.
Okay, thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote. All in favor, put up your hand. So there's 14B. Yes, this is the original tender award contract T19-318. So all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Item 15A, Finance, Budget, Information Technology Services, Chatham-Kent Animal Shelter Municipal Capital Facility.
Councillor Crew.
I'll move the recommendations that the municipality of Chatham-Kent pass a bylaw pursuant to Section 10 of the Municipal Act 2001, authorizing a municipal capital facilities agreement and the exemption of the municipally owned animal shelter located at 405 Park Ave East, Chatham, or portions of the premises from the municipal and educational property taxes effective January 1, 2020. Number 2, written notice of the bylaw be provided to the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, the St. Clair Catholic District School Board, the Lambton District School Board, the the Concierge Scolaire Via Monde, and why did I read this whole thing? And the Concierge Scolaire Catholique Providence, got it. Sorry for the butchering of that.
Councillor Oche. Any questions? Councillor Scacchi.
Just one real quick question here. Is this something that's pretty standardized for most municipalities that have a contractor utilizing their facilities that they waive these fees?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as it relates to animal shelters, if you have an OSPCA performing your services, they're automatically exempt. But if you don't, this would be the next step.
So I did read that. So I guess my question would be, ones that have similar contracts like this one. I did read the OSPCA in the report. So ones that have similar, since that's no longer an option, the ones that are similar like this, they're also exempted from this generally?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not aware if another municipality does this. I know we have other examples within Chatham-Kent that we've waived taxes on for municipal capital facility, but not sure about another animal shelter.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote. All in favor, put up your hand. Opposed? Carried.
Item 16A, Community Development, Planning for Growth. We have a presentation by Mr. John Norton and Bruce McAllister.
Mr. Mayor, I also have here my colleague Stuart McFadden, Director of Economic Development, along with Bruce McAllister, Director of Planning Services. Our team in community development has been working throughout this year on coming up with a plan for growth. This comes out of Council's strategic priorities to prioritize economic growth in our community. We want to find a way to break through what is holding us back from allowing our community to grow faster and basically to unleash the potential for growth in our community. We're not asking for you to make any decisions tonight, but we are asking you for information only to consider some questions. I'm going to turn the slides over in a second to my colleagues, but I just want to start out the presentation by asking you these questions. Do we want to grow? Do you as a council want our community to grow? How do you want us to grow? How fast do you want us to grow? And do you want to incentivize even faster growth? If the answer is yes to all of those questions, philosophically, then I think we have to have a discussion about how do we fund faster growth. There's really only two sources of funding from the municipality. One is from our tax base, and the other is to have growth pay for growth through things like development charges or other means like raising the sale price on municipal industrial parklands. Those are the fundamental questions we want to ask you about tonight. We're going to have now a short presentation, and then we're going to come back to you in a month and in the months following with a longer presentation, maybe even a forum where we can have this debated publicly, and then start coming to you to make some individual decisions on specific items.
Thank you, John. Mr. Mayor, as John mentioned, we're going to come back at a later date, but we want to tell you is the fact that things that we know and what we've learned along the way and what we've heard from the people that we talk to and the businesses that we've had the opportunity to work with. You know, on the positive side, unemployment back in August 2009 was over 14%. Everybody remembers those days. June 2019, we're sitting about 5.5%. So that's all positive. When we take a look at the year 2011 to 2017, there was 264 lots created in plans of subdivision. 2018, we created 265, one more than it took us a span of time. So we're moving in the right direction. Building permit value, 2015 at 87 million. 2016, 91. 2017, it had to jump 144. We had some wind turbine development in 2017 that adjusted those figures. But 2018, without any of that information, 170 million in value. Very, very, very positive. We've had some sales inside of our business parks. We've had some new construction happen out there. IAT Global, beautiful buildings out there last week. We met with the people from the whiskey company, and they continue to work, and we've actually talked about purchasing some more land because of the fact their plans have changed and we want to continue to grow. So what traditionally our business parks were very empty and it took a long time, we've had some interest in them, and we're starting to get some action. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't talk about some of the challenges as well. And these are documented, and these are things that council is very well aware of. What we know is from 2006 to 16, based on census data, we had a population decline. Again, we're going to come back to you at a future point, and we might have some new information, but this is what we know to be true today. Growth is below our neighboring communities and obviously below the province. Immigration is not keeping up with our aging population. We need to inspire immigration growth inside of our community and adopt that as being part of who we are, because the fact we need these people to come into our community, call it home, and be a part of the solution in the workforce and part of our culture. Our investors are coming to us and they're saying, we need buildings. I don't have any. Our inventory is low, and anything that is empty, maybe it's got a low ceiling. They're saying, well, I need 30-foot ceiling, I need this, I need that. We just don't have them. They're looking for shovel-ready land. Even in our own Bloomfield Business Park, you'll talk about later on, we do not have shovel-ready. We need to invest in roads in order to be able to make that happen. Difficulty finding workforce, that's well documented. Employees are looking for better paying jobs, but they're also looking for housing options. This is a challenge for us. And the need to grow our transportation. A lot of work that's happening on that, but need to improve it. 4 things very quickly. These are real scenarios, real businesses that we have talked to. John and a group of us were in Toronto at the invitation of the province. We were shortlisted for a company. 200 acres required $450 million manufacturing facility, 400 jobs. We did not have the industrial land that was fully serviced, and it was not zoned properly, and they were very clear. They knew a lot about Chatham-Kent when we got there. We don't believe you have the labor force to be able to support us. 100 acres, $90 million, 180 jobs. They needed 25 megawatts of power uninterruptible. We do not have 25 megawatts of uninterruptible power right now. Light manufacturing facility out of Essex County, 75,000 square feet, 50 jobs. We did not have a building. They moved elsewhere. And another one needed access to rail, 50,000. These are real deal. These are real challenges we have. These are the things we're going to be coming to you and talking about how we solve this in the future. Bruce?
Thank you, Stuart, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to talk a little bit about kind of our current growth areas that we currently have designated in our official plan and other planning documents. Back in 2013, the last time we did growth projections in the official plan update, at that time about approximately 70% of our projected population growth was to be in the Chatham area. Some of it was forecast to be in our other primaries, such as Tilbury, Blenheim, Dresden, and Wheatley. Some others were actually forecast for a little bit of a decrease over that time. Now, as Stuart mentioned, next month, maybe early November, we'll have a final report on our updated growth forecasts. But preliminary, it's suggesting that uptake is even a little higher this time, that approximately 74% of our projected population growth will most likely occur in Chatham. Just quickly, I appreciate those maps are a little hard to read, but all it's trying to show here is within Chatham itself, we have two large designated growth areas that are already set aside for growth in our official plan. Like they carry a residential designation. Some have active plans on them, and that's primarily in the northwest quadrant of Chatham. Bound by Gregory Line is kind of the northerly boundary, and Pioneer Line to the west. All those areas that you actively see development going on now. And over in the southwest, anything from Indian Creek Road, essentially over to Howard Road and Bloomfield. If you've obviously driven by there, you're seeing quite a bit of activity over the last couple of years as Tweedsmuir Avenue has been extended quite significantly, and obviously the development has picked up over in the Meadows subdivision on Bloomfield and Park. So those are really our two main designated growth areas. Within those areas, we essentially have enough land to accommodate probably 4,000 to 5,000 residential dwelling units just in those couple areas alone. There's a smaller area up in the northeast, and then there's also areas actually within our core area of Chatham that are vacant, that are redevelopment opportunities I'll talk a little bit about as well. Oops, just use that one. Thanks. So just on the employment side a little bit, again, approximately about 70% of the projected employment growth is in the Chatham area. When I say Chatham area, I'm also including Bloomfield Business Park in this slide as well. Certainly we're forecasting some growth in our other primary urban centers as well, and of course in our rural areas as well. Currently, we have 27 acres, as Stuart mentioned, available in the Bloomfield Business Park. It's kind of the area you see outlined in green. But again, for those to come online, what's called Prosperity Way there would have to be extended. That is in the capital plan now to complete that road network and obviously servicing extensions there. But essentially everything else is either sold or optioned at this point, which is a good news story, obviously. And obviously there's other privately held vacant employment lands that are within Chatham as well that are also opportunities. Thanks, John. Other communities as well, certainly we have vacant employment land still in our Blenheim Business Park, which is kind of up in the north end there, you see in purple, and even some privately held lands there. And there's certainly some lands in Tilbury especially, in Wallsburg, a little bit in Dresden. We also do own municipal lands in Ridgetown. Those are still unserviced at this point, in Wheatley as well. Also contains some vacant employment lands. Okay. So one of the things we've been seeing here as well, there's also been a growth in the demand for electricity consumption. This is kind of a regional thing for sure, but certainly Integris is projecting significant growth, especially in the Chatham area for power. Same thing in our rural areas, especially with the increase in greenhouse operations. Hydro One, who services the rural areas, is also seeing the need for significant expansion in electricity as well. So we've been actively involved with Integris and Hydro One and meeting with the Independent Electricity Systems Operator, or IESO as it's called, who regulates the electricity industry in Ontario about these issues across the whole region, and they are actually recommending through their planning process some significant investments across the region. So obviously growth and demand for other infrastructure, obviously infrastructure and engineering services it deals with essentially highways or roads and our stormwater systems, the PUC on our water and wastewater. Just in those couple of growth areas I showed you earlier in Chatham, the Northwest and Southwest, there's approximately over, this is an estimate too, $60 million worth of capital costs there that could be over the next 10 years for water and wastewater. Significant pump stations in both areas with sanitary trunk extensions required to facilitate growth. Also, as we continue along, many have seen some of these projects, the sewer separation program here in Chatham, other communities as well. That price tag is about $20 million over the next 10 years as well. And why do I speak to that? Like I said, there's redevelopment opportunities potentially in these areas, but sometimes the infrastructure constraints don't support those densities. And obviously there's additional costs that are going to be related to roads and stormwater, and then service extensions in our business parks. So I'm going to turn this back over to John to finish up here now.
So I guess just to say, you saw that a lot of the work we're doing, which is planning, isn't about community development. It's about other departments or even corporations or organizations in our community. If we're talking about planning for electricity or planning for roads and stormwater, that really connects to my colleagues' areas, right? So we're just trying to project how growth can happen and what is needed, especially in those other departments, in order to help our community grow. So, but we do want to let you know quickly, this is some of the things that have been happening between various departments. Development standards manuals have come out. We've had our red tape reduction program going, which I can tell you is actually makes a difference. We've had several investors say to us lately, you know, when I said, what will it take for you to come here? They've said two things. One is we're looking for financial incentives to help us, you know, come to your community to build something. And secondly, how easy or difficult is it to work with your municipal approval process? So they're looking for us to reduce red tape, make it easy for them to invest here, make it easy for them to come here. So we've been working hard on that. Third, monthly senior management meetings. We're meeting regularly on development just to help things proceed smoothly. As Bruce said, we've been working with the ISO on energy planning. We're working with investors and developers. We're meeting with them regularly. Aligning capital spends. There's investments being made this year in the business parks, updating population housing and forecast that will come to you in November. Economic development right now is working on a strategy to align themselves with the CK plan and Council's recent strategic plan. Updating our CIPs. This is an important change. We want to update our CIPs, make them more favorable. So that is a decision that's going to come back to Council in the not too distant future, make them easier for people to invest. Preparing terms of reference for climate change action plan. So this is the last slide. This is maybe the most important of the slides we have here and would be in some ways perhaps the most controversial. I just want to introduce and highlight some of these issues for you. First, what can we do? Future decisions that Council can consider about housing. What we can do is we can invest upfront in costs for new infrastructure, roads, sewers, water. Currently, we expect when housing is built, we expect that the developer will front those costs. And what we're identifying is we're investing some housing developers, builders saying, I can't afford to move quickly, but if the municipality would come along and build out that trunk road, like the main arterial road, and put in the sewers and front those costs, then I will build housing quicker. So we would do that and recover those upfront costs through new development charges or agreements with individual builders. So that's one thing we could do that some communities do, but it's a risk because we're investing money up front and we'd have to try to recover that money afterward, but it would help housing be built faster. And Council's talked a lot about wanting affordable housing. So another idea we have is to incentivize construction of multi-residential housing. We haven't had an apartment built in Chatham-Kent in a long time, a large one. So what can we do to incentivize them? We've gone out and spoken with developers. They're looking for incentives more than the incentives we currently have. And the same with affordable houses. You know, we've got lots of houses being built in the $400,000 range and up, and it's really, people are saying it's too expensive. So what can we do to incentivize? Maybe if we're going to impose new development charges on higher end homes, we could discount them and provide other incentives for those builders that are willing to build some houses at the lower price at the retail end. But those are controversial, you know, changes that Council can consider. On the business side, what can we do to attract more businesses? Well, we need to continue to make our business park shovel-ready. As we've said, we've got our business park. It's not really shovel-ready. We're missing some of the infrastructure needs in there. Council's investing in some of that. But we're also here to tell you that our business park is starting to fill up. So are we going to plan for the next 3, 5, 10 years, what's the next business park? This council will probably make a decision on the next business park that wouldn't even impact this council. We'd probably be talking about it taking 2 or 3 years to build or gather the lands together and put infrastructure into that would start to make an impact in 5 or 10 years from now. But we don't want to be in a position in 5 or 10 years in which we're telling investors that we have no more lands in our business park. You need to now only go to the private sector to buy industrial park lands, and if those industrial lands aren't being sold at a favorable, something that they can come to a private arrangement on, then there's nothing that can be done. Where right now, owning a business park gives us the option as a council to do things really that the private sector doesn't do, which is sometimes we discount the price or give other incentives because they're coming to our community and they're bringing jobs here. So I'm a believer in business parks, and I've seen that strategy work in cities like London, where they've spent a lot of money in building out their business parks, and they're seeing it pay off with large businesses coming into those communities. We can also invest upfront in costs of new infrastructure. For example, even in private sector industrial lands. We've got a lot of privately owned industrial lands that can't be built on because the developers or the owners are saying they can't afford the infrastructure. So could we, again, put some money into that upfront if they would agree in return to build out in a certain period of time and return the money to us? We can, again, impose new development charges or other agreements to obtain the money back. And again, we're talking about updating our CIPs to make it easier for people to get to build out business lands. And finally, we're working closely with our colleagues in the electricity sector, natural gas, fiber, and these sectors that we don't fully control to help them as well expand out their services. So those are our slides. That's all we have right now, again, is an information report. But to say we're going to come back to you over the next couple of months to start thinking and making some decisions around these issues. Thank you very much.
I'll open it up for questions of clarification, various things in the report. We're not here to debate anything in there. This was just more to get people the creative juices thinking and moving forward as to what we're going to be looking at in the next few months. Let the public know that there's growth to be had out there. It's just what are we going to do to harness all of that as a council. So any questions regarding the presentation? Councillor Solomon? Councillor Solomon's moving it, received. Councillor Finn, second. All in favor of the report? Opposed? Carried.
Item 16B, motion by Councillor Roche regarding amendment to zoning bylaw 216-2009.
Councillor Roche?
I would like to pull that motion, please.
So you'd like to pull the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Community Human Services, item 17A, Municipal Capital Facilities Bylaw for Affordable Housing, Project 534, St. Clair Street, Chatham.
Councillor Crew?
Okay. I'll move the recommendation that a bylaw to authorize entering into an agreement for the provision of municipal capital facilities for affordable housing by Clearview Housing Cooperative, Inc. in the municipality of Chatham-Kent at 534 St. Clair Street, Chatham, be approved.
Councillor Scotchy? Scotchy, you're seconding it?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship.
Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Chief Administrative Office, item 18A, Community Partnership Fund Grant Program Revisions.
Councillor C. McGregor? Moving it, seconded by Councillor Oche. Questions? Councillor Kirkwood-White?
waiting. Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Amy. I really appreciate the time that you've devoted to the preparation of this report. And I understand that you want to be able to release this information next week. Okay, I have some questions. My first question has to do with the involvement of local citizens in the changes that you are proposing. Just wondering whether the group was pulled together again to discuss the recommendations that you're putting forward tonight. First question. Second question has to do with the fact that council approved approximately $800,000 several months ago for the Community Partnership Fund. And in your listing of the numbers that would be available both this year and next year, there's a sum of $237,000 that was allocated for core grants that doesn't appear in the listing. And if you added that 237 to the 562, that would come to the $799 or $800,000 that we approved a couple of months ago. So if you could respond to clarify those questions, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Two questions. The first one was, were local citizens involved in the decision-making for the revision of the grants? No, they were not. The reason for that is the notice of motion put forward by council had a limitation of us coming back to council in the very near future with some of the requirements needed for the August-September meeting. So therefore, due to that limitation, I wasn't able to consult with them. Question number 2, you asked regarding funding being allocated to core grants. The current budget was $237. Within this report, we asked for an additional $110,000. So that would be a total of $347,000. I'm unaware of the other dollar amount that you stated in your question. Could that have occurred during council deliberations for budget?
In your report on page 5, it talks about 237 for core grants. And then on page 9, you have a listing of the 75,000, the 100,000, and the 387, totaling 562 for 2019. In addition to that 562, there would have been the 237 to add to that to get to the 799, which is what we approved. And then the next column is 2020, but you've already got $110,000 in there for core grants, but you didn't add the 237 back. So that would have been the total of 799.
Correct, Councillor, yes.
Okay, all right. So you've dipped into the reserves to accommodate some of the requests that are now coming forward on the next report. Your first line in your report says that you're trying to eliminate confusion. Yeah. And I was a little confused.
I appreciate the opportunity to provide clarification to council. So back in January, early 2019, council will remember during budget deliberations that there was an additional amount of funds allocated to the partnership development. Those weren't at those times allocated, and so what this report hopes to do is to allocate those to specific programs at this time.
Okay, I'm just wondering why you didn't add the 237 to the 562 on page 9.
Would have been just an oversight of putting the original amount. The reason it wasn't included is those funds are currently allocated to core grant recipients, and didn't want to include those as we have commitments to them.
And for what period of time?
Through funding for 2021, I believe.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Crew.
Okay, so I'm still confused, and I'm just going, the 110,000, are you asking for more money to be allocated that we haven't authorized already?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just to maybe provide some background information on core grant, the current budget was $237,000. That has all been allocated to 6 recipients.
Right.
In my report, what I'm requesting is an additional 110, so that core grant total would be 347.
Okay.
That 110 is not new funds. That 110 came from the amount that council approved during the budget 2019 process.
Okay. All right. All right.
Can I just clarify, just because I think there is some confusion there, that what this report is doing is taking the existing budget, so it's not asking for $1 more of it, it's taking what last year we approved, and we're trying to put some parameters around all the money, and that's what this is trying to do, is saying we're going to allocate these funds into various areas for grant purposes. So there's no new money being asked, it's just trying to put a lot more science behind what we're going to be doing coming forward in November when we start receiving and granting applications.
Okay, so we won't be asked, this has already been allocated and approved through our budget process. Okay. And one other question. So did you consult with the special events policy around some of these things? The keepers of that, I think Jeff Bray is probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, I just want to make sure that these should dovetail together and work together, especially when they're on municipal properties. And, you know, maybe some of that money could be allocated to the System Navigator program. Or, like, I'll tell you, when you do a special event on municipal property, there's nothing like having that one person that takes you through that whole process, because when you have to start asking questions about where can my ponies be, they can't be there, and where can we do fireworks, or can't we do fireworks, or can we do whatever you can do, can we cook hot dogs or hamburgers? All these things need to be asked by general citizens that are trying to put on these processes, and we need to start looking at making sure that we have a single person, a single point of entry for every one of large events to the mom and pop operations that throw special events. So I agree with that. I just like to see that dovetailed in the future, make sure that we make sure that we're doing the best thing to make this streamlined for the applicants.
So we have consulted very briefly with our special events coordinator as well as our tourism department, and hope to continue consulting with them in the future.
All right, good. And I can't think of anything else to ask yet. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Finn.
Through the mayor, Amy, how do you decide? Let's say they have a function and they're anticipating 10,000 people or more, but in reality, what happens is they don't get that number of people. What happens?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to be able to work with any applicants in the hopes that they would achieve the number of visitors that they were hoping for. We would be pairing them with tourism as well as my communication staff to help advertise that, so they hopefully hit their targets. To help for them to verify the number of visitors, tourism has offered to help work with them and guide them on doing exit surveys, which will help them prepare for future years and for sustainability. If they were not to reach that 10,000 goal, we would look how close they were and to see if they did steps necessary in order to attain that. We've all been volunteers for events and hoping that we hit a certain target, and unfortunately sometimes that doesn't happen due to weather. We would take all of those things into consideration.
I guess I'm looking for a monitoring or an evaluation standardized system, because that's pretty difficult. When you're giving that amount of money to a group who says they're going to bring in 10,000 plus, don't, but then the group that only gets this amount of money and ends up bringing more people in, they don't get their money. And the next year there isn't the money because it's already been spent. You know, to see where I'm coming from?
Thank you for the clarification. We would actually, require them to have the exit surveys, and that's where tourism would work with them for whether it's counters at the gate and exit surveys and things like that to verify that they did obtain that level of residents or visitors in order to obtain that certain level of grant.
I'm asking what you're going to do after that. when you found, what happens when you don't bring in the number of people?
Mr. Shropshire is going to comment on that.
Okay.
So there's a couple of different things. The province of Ontario with their grant program typically will have the grant applicant look in the rearview mirror and see how many people have come to the previous year's events, and then they'll do an extrapolation. So they have some way to gauge the numbers. Sometimes it doesn't occur. So if it's a year-over-year event like Wambo or the Threshing Festival or something, it's relatively easier to predict. For something like, you can imagine in the last year we held the IPM, we held the retro celebration, 40th anniversary for Rob Myers. Trying to predict how many people would have been there would have been almost impossible. And to be frank, at a certain point with some of those large special events where it's a one-off, we don't have the same level of information, so you're basically taking a bit of a chance. You know, what we do require is that people have to submit their receipts afterwards. If there wasn't an expense that was somehow tied to the number of people, then there can be a discussion afterwards. But for the most part, when they're making those commitments, like booking a band or arranging for police service or whatever that other expense is, that's a firm commitment that they have to make. And up front, if we're going to provide the financial support, they're looking for us to do that so they can move ahead with their planning and their budgeting. So I think it's a really good question, but Ontario government, they look at it in the rearview mirror only for something like this special event. We're being asked to take some level of risk, but over the last couple of years, we've had a really good success rate.
Councillor Finn? Okay. Councillor Harrigan? I think we might start allocating where the mic is, because Councillor McGrail's next. So.
Thank you. Just a couple follow-up questions, then a few of my own. First, in follow-up to Councillor Kirkwood-White's question about engaging the citizen committee in terms of how this was created. Like there wasn't time for email conversation or informal conversation, so there was no engagement whatsoever with those volunteer committee members. Can that be confirmed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was not any consultation with the citizens. Council can recognize it was the summer, so we had a significant number of staff off at that time.
Sorry, can I add to that as well? I view this as a council decision as to what the budget dollars. Certainly the committee itself, once we establish the budget for that area, it would be very involved in who gets it. But this would be, I would see as more of a council decision to say, well, we're to allocate this type of, this is where our priorities are, this is where we're going to set it. So could the citizens wouldn't be aware of that.
Absolutely, but also respectfully, there was significant conversation around this council table a few months back around the need to engage community members in having conversations about how we're going to build out the grants and the grant programs that we're going to make. And the reason for that is because the not-for-profit groups who are benefiting from these grants are experiencing the hardships and the process and the diligence. So some of this is very very detailed in terms of what those requirements are. So this would have been something that it could have been valued. And even though we don't have to, doesn't mean that it wouldn't be beneficial to do so through things like the Have Your Say or the social media engagements or some of those other surveys. So I think generally speaking, to the general management team and Don, to you as well, this council is looking for more of that. So my recommendation just in the future to be more proactive around the engagement that we do in the community when things are about the community itself. So that's just
if I may.
Yeah.
Council will remember I was part of that consultation with the not-for-profits and community groups with the mayor. So I did have that opportunity to hear firsthand what their challenges were. And the other is when council does provide notice of motions to administration and providing deadlines for reports coming back, it was very difficult to be able to try to get it all in with it being the timing of summer. But also know that our department does do Let's Talk, and that is something that we're hoping to continue doing in the future.
So the question that I have is, can you give me a total of the amount of funding that was requested through the grant programs for the last 3 years? So this includes the total requested, so what was given, and then also what was decided not to be given in CK. So what was the ask for the last 3 years?
I have from 2016 on, if you'd prefer to have the 4 years.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. So what we gave, 2016, 178,896. The benefit of total projects was 1,393,815. Total requested, what the applicants wanted was 221,172. What we could not fund was just over 42,000. And Councillor, I'll provide you with this as well. 2017, we gave out just over 172,000. Total request was over 232,000, therefore a deficit of 60,000.4. 2018, we gave out 132,600. Total request was over 164,000, therefore a deficit of around 32,000. And 2019, we gave out over 249,000. Total requested was over 336,000, therefore a deficit of over 87,000.
And I know it's probably in the report, but can you confirm, or maybe potentially Gord could help, can you confirm what the new fiscal budget per year will be for grants total in the new model annually?
So for the Community Partnership Fund, the original budget was 175,000. What we're proposing now would be 510,000 for the various streams within Together CK, which includes core grants. Normally, that's not part of the conversation. Therefore, it's almost a three times increase. I think that's the information you're looking for.
That was going to be my follow-up question.
Okay.
So we're increasing this 3 times the amount, or you could call it 300%, or you could, right, like depending on how you want to do the math for it. So thank you so much for that information, and I sent some of the questions ahead so that we knew we had the right numbers. So for me, where I really struggle with this is the new budget of $510,000 is 3 times what we've been given, but it's also the most that's been requested has been $336,000. So we're adding $170,000 to that pot. So we're increasing basically a supply of grants, assuming that just because we increase the supply, the demand is also going to increase. And this year, when we got to that $336,000 in ask, that was also because our mayor did a fabulous job going around and having hundreds and hundreds of meetings for not-for-profit groups. And at just about every meeting, because I know at least in my ward, he said, there's this grant program. You don't have to be a certified not-for-profit. You can just be a group of people who want to contribute. So there was lots of direct advertising with probably, I would say, 80 to 90% of the groups that are involved in things within the community of Chatham-Kent. So the concern that I have with just allocating these dollars to grant funding is I actually don't think that the numbers add up. I'm fully supportive of bringing more programs to the community and putting more resources in the hands of not-for-profits. But given the conversations that we're having, first about some of the engineering issues that we have, and then also about John's presentation with growth and how we're going to invest in the community, and other things we've yet to discuss, I don't know if putting all of the community dollars into grant programs is the best place for them. But I'm not really sure what my options as a councillor are right now, because I want to support this new model, but I don't think I support the budget dollars that go with it. And so, do I just move to support it in concept and say come back in a month's time or 2 months' time, or support the concept and we talk about it at budget? I can't support it as it's written, because I think the amount of dollars tied to it is not justified.
Okay, Brock, do you want to comment on that from a budget chair perspective?
Yeah, I think that's the point I wanted to make, is that the total amount that we're talking about was the amount approved through budget deliberation. So we're talking about budget dollars that we want to spend in this type of fashion in the community, what we've defined as community partnership. that's an amount of money we debated already, we set for this year. So I think that when we move the debate into that area about how much we should be spending or how much we shouldn't, we've already put that money aside this year. And I think that if we want to have that discussion at budget in the upcoming year, when we redecide if we think that amount of money is appropriate or not, then that's when we can do that. And I think the discussion today around this report is how do we define that money we already put aside we said is for these community projects, this community partnership. What's that supposed to look like? So I think we did what we sometimes do often in opposite. Usually we make a decision, then we figure it out at budget. And in this way, we put some dollars aside of budget for a specific purpose, and now we're figuring out how we define that purpose. So I don't think it's maybe the dollar amount in total, like the 562, that's the discussion's about, more how we define, how we carve up that pie, so to speak.
Okay, I just want to add as well, you made a comment about the budget dollars and stuff. There's some things included in these budget amounts that weren't previously included, i.e. the large events. So the next IPM that comes along, we've got money in the budget. The last time all these projects came along, it came out of reserves. So a strategic reserve it came out of. So with this, we're budgeting for that. We're putting away some reserves for those other big events as well as contemplating other incentives. So when you talk about the line, CK Plan 2035, that as well as looking at environment. So we want to put in some grant money for people who want to do some things in the environment. It's covered off there. Arts and culture as well. Those other things. So it's not just into the events. It's budgeting so allow that we get the freedom, and it goes in reserves so that next big event comes up, we have budget dollars and reserves for it as opposed to pulling out of strategic reserves. So I'll pass it back to you, Councillor Harrigan.
Just in follow-up to Councillor McGregor's comments, when we were debating this vast amount of money during budget process, because we did spend a lot of time on it because it was a $400 and something thousand budget item, things were brought forward like reducing the ice rates for groups within the arena system, and that coming from this, or other initiatives that weren't just grants. The point that I'm making is, I believe as a councillor, when we had this conversation, when I was saying, yes, let's put the $400,000 into the community, it wasn't into grants for the community. And I think what will inevitably end up happening if this passes is, because again, super supportive of the new structure model and supporting our not-for-profit groups, but we're going to put $510,000 into this allocation for grants. We're going to make a call in November. We're going to get $340,000 or so in requests. We'll be able to fund them all and it will be great, but then the question's going to come up, what are we going to do with the next? We'll put it in a reserve. I think strategically speaking, there's an opportunity here to have conversations about what we can do for our not-for-profit groups in the community, tied to some other areas within the municipality, like Parks and Rec and the arena rates and the community use of our facilities, that might be worth having, rather than saying, all right, let's put the 510 in grants and then we'll kick it into a reserve. Because we all know when we kick it into a reserve, when it comes back at budget time and we have issues that come up, the comments made, well, this has no tax implication, it's coming from a reserve. And so I just think as a councillor, given where we're going with budget, we have to be far more diligent about the dollars that we're spending in the community, because we know that the download is going to happen. And it's been hinted at, it's been confirmed, and it's going to happen again. Next budget is not going to be easy. So I'm going to caution my fellow councillors about allocating $510,000, $500,000 into a reserve for grants and applications. Hopping off the soapbox, thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to cover off down the line here. So Councillor Kirkwood White is the first one, and then we'll go to Councillor McGrail and Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. My question has to do with something I think Amy already incorporated into her report, and that has to do with the fact that if, let's say, a nonprofit group had a very innovative idea that fit beautifully with our CK Council Plan 2035, that this is exactly where we could apply for a grant as opposed to a loan or any other type of monetary gift.
Thank you, Mayor. You are correct, Councillor. Council will remember under the Community Partnership Fund, there was two streams. There was the event and community projects. What this proposal is to change it from CPF community projects to Together CK Plan 2035 projects. That is where if not-for-profit or community groups have a community project that helps to support CK Plan 2035 or council's priorities, that is where they would apply for funding.
Councillor McGrail?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So I think that we need to nail down what happens with the above or below the 10,000 mark. We haven't talked about length of the festival, because obviously 10,000 people in one day compared to 5 days is a lot different. And we talk about this right now, and it's in theory, but as a policy, we need to write those theories down. So when we face this, because we will face it, we have a direct policy to go by, I think is what I've learned with this last round of funds. You know, we didn't have a concrete, we didn't cover, you know, cross all the T's and dot the I's. And I think that we really need to do that, and it needs to be in this report to at least me think about supporting this. So do I put a motion about this, or what can I do?
Certainly.
Okay. So I would like to put forth a motion in respects to giving clear, defined details on, you know, the plus or minus 10,000 people at an event. And is it 1 day, is it 5 days, or how many days is involved, so we all understand? Because, you know, there's a difference between $5,000 and $25,000.
So what we can do is we can add that as a 4, saying if you approve this, this is what's going to come back, a policy on how we will deal with the over under 10,000. So it won't stop us from going through. Oh. Yes, so I'll confirm that the mover and seconder are okay with that, but if they are, we'll add a number 4 saying, asking for that policy to come back. So can you help me with Councillor C. McGregor? Are you okay? Councillor Oche, are you okay with that amendment? Okay. So they're both okay with it. So if we can continue on with questions, we'll draft that up and look, I'll come back to you to see if you're good with it. Oh yes, sorry, correct, yes, we need a seconder on that as, no. Those two confirming, thank you. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
All right, thank you very much. I did want to echo Councillor Harrigan's concerns in regards to the amount of money, although I don't agree that it's going to go into reserve. I expect the ask will outstrip the funding next year. That's kind of my anticipation. And when we talk about potentially going into reserve, is there any, I guess, language surrounding that? Do we automatically put aside 10% into a reserve for long-term planning, 15%?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the report, it outlines that 25,000 of the dollars will go into the reserve.
Even if the ask outstripped the funding?
Correct. That's why it's been allocated specific dollars to each program. 25,000 would go to the reserve.
Okay, I only have 2 other questions. The first one I wrote down has become far more pertinent as the conversation goes on. Does this solve the debacle that we had over the last year? And does this clear up all the mess we've kind of created, self-inflicted around the council table over the last year? That's an open-ended question, because I think we all got, again, really confused tonight.
Could the councillor be a little more specific as to, are you talking into?
I could use the word train wreck. I could use the word disaster. It's been really messy this year in regards to who's getting money, how do they get money. These people didn't get money. Everybody brought motions. Some got defeated. Some are coming back. I don't want to go through that again in 2020.
As grant administrator, I can say that this year has been the most challenging of all the years that I've been administrating it. I think what would be helpful is once we have the procedures set, and we have had those procedures set and they've been working for us for many years, that we as the review committee, municipal staff and our outside citizens adhere to those. And that when those recommendations come to council, council reviews those reports and it makes that approval, and then those stand. And no additional discussion. There were some people who had stated they had applied to the online form when it was reviewed by IT. There is no record of it. I can understand their frustration, but I believe that is where the confusion is coming, is not sticking with the grant procedures that as they have been outlined and worked for us in past years.
I totally agree with that. I guess the only other thing, and it wasn't in the report, and in conversations with some individuals who have an interest in this in general, is there anything that we have in our policies or any sort of language around maybe people that, less reputable people that may be in arrears with, say, a municipal building or owe money somewhere else or could potentially abscond with the funding? How do we safeguard against that?
In the grant guidelines, it very specifically states that any outstanding reports to the municipality would make an application non-valid for the review. Generally, that is for any outstanding final reports for the Community Partnership Fund. But how the language is written, it does state arrears. So that could be an additional step of me contacting my colleagues just to see if there's any arrears, for example, say with rec facilities.
All right, but that wouldn't cover, let's say, if I held an event and I was in good standing with the municipality, but I cut out all of the vendors, right? Say on that particular, that language, that's something else entirely, right?
That would be correct.
Is there any way we could try to fix that you're aware of?
May I defer to our legal representative?
Of course, we can enter into legal agreements, and I think we have a donor agreement that Amy's just referred to. So, Mr. Mayor, we can look at that agreement, strengthen it if you wish. I don't know if perhaps, Mr. Mayor, council knows of some instance, but I don't think there's been any instances brought to me of any problems, so I'm not sure.
That's kind of the issue. It usually floats around as rumor and conjecture and whatnot. I suppose, let's say I was a vendor at the very first Cedar Springs Art in the Park that I know got money in 2020. And I see that in 2021 that they're again requesting funding, but I know that I got beat, and then I contacted the municipality and said, hey, listen, I partook last year and there was an end run and I didn't get my funding. How would you address that concern?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that the best way with dealing with these groups in our community that might mishandle funds or not provide the paperwork to us is just to disqualify them in the future from getting money. That seems like a good option rather than trying to go after them legally.
Right. Okay. No, that's kind of what I was getting at. Yes.
And to confirm as well, they only get half up front. They have to provide receipts and everything else so that we'll know that the event happened. So the exposure on a $5,000 grant is $2,500. But yes, we would say, no, you're not getting money again next year.
Can I also say, Mr. Mayor, that generally with these small amounts of money as well, we are trusting the group. So I think the due diligence is really done by the committee and by Amy's group in determining who should get the money and what are they planning to do with it. But we're not then going and really auditing them or, checking to see how they spent all their money. So, the effort of that might exceed the value we would get from trying to pursue someone in court. I will say, however, we did have a donation go or an agreement made with one particular entity that we're pursuing. And in fact, I just got instructions today to proceed with a legal action. So I think if there's groups watching on TV and they think they can commit a fraud against us, we will proceed as we are in one particular case. So I'm happy to report that.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Oche.
Your Worship, through you to Amy. Amy, we got just a couple small questions. One, you have to be a nonprofit, correct, to apply for these?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the Community Partnership Fund, soon to hopefully be called Together CK, no, you do not need to be a not-for-profit. You can be a not-for-profit, registered charity, or a community group.
But I could not be a business?
Correct.
Okay. Second one is in these grants, for instance, we spoke about putting up Christmas lights in the different not municipalities, but towns and villages. Would they be applying for a grant for that? Is that considered something that they can get a grant for?
For that specific example, yes, a group could put forward an application to purchase holiday lights for their community. They would just be evaluated against all the other applications for how they support CK Plan 2035 and Council's priorities.
Okay, because one time when we were speaking of this, we were looking at making it fair for every community to get Christmas lights, flags, banners put up, and I thought that money was coming from this here, so that's why I'm wondering, we were talking about it, making it fair for every community, getting the same amount of items put up a year, like say, for instance, Tilbury Tilbury does put up 2 things a year. Same with Wheatley. I know Chatham will be a little bit more, but in Walsburg probably, because they have the car shows as well. I guess I would like to know, because I thought that was coming out of here, and if it's not, I'd like to know that, because then I'd like to know where that money's going to come from. And then the third thing is, can we go back to having handwritten applications as well as doing it on the computer? Because as you heard tonight, I put forth another motion to Wheatley Fish Festivals telling me that they tried it again, and I know you had mentioned that it was not shown on the computer by the IT department, and the Merlin Legion was the same way. So obviously, if we can do the handwritten, then we know for sure that and the computer one if you'd like, but I know both of these people would like to handwrite applications out again, just to make, and that way we can say, yeah, for sure, we got it, because you delivered it to us. So I'd hate to think the worst of people that are asking for a grant, and mostly when it's $2,500, that they really didn't apply. So this way, at least a couple that want to could definitely have their application into you. So if we can, I would love that added actually to this as well, if we can, just because I've got all kinds of people that I've heard from that are saying they wanted a handwritten aid because of the problems they had. So if we could do that, if I could add that.
So if I may address your 2 questions. The first one you had mentioned about when councillors and the mayor were talking to communities, they mentioned about having some assistance in putting up Canada Day flags, banners, as well as the holiday lights and flower planters. I believe IES had mentioned that they do have a report coming back to council to talk about reviewing how many times that benefit will be provided to the community. Council will see in the report that there is $52,000 that has not been allocated, that states in the appendice to be determined. Those funds were specifically not allocated based on the asks that the community groups had presented to yourself and the mayor at the beginning of the year. We wanted to leave some funds to address potentially those type of asks. Your final question, you talked about the possibility of doing handwritten applications rather than the online. That has been mentioned before. This would be our second round of having online applications. The reason we're doing that is to become more consistent with other municipal grants as well as senior government. The trend has been with grants to have an online. They do not allow people to have written submissions. The reason for that is when I have written submissions presented to me, they're often missing information, whereas an online application forces there to be mandatory questions, and I get those answers. What we're doing to rectify that has been working with a special IT group to make some changes to the online application. When somebody has finished an application, they will receive an email, as they did last year, that will again state that their application has been received. Here's a summary of their information. And then groups who have submitted an application would be encouraged to go to the municipal website. There is a specific page that's been allocated to any applications that have been submitted, would list the community group and a summary of what their application or project is. That also allows for open and transparency, so all our residents know what applications have been submitted. And also, when I did have written applications, there is an opportunity for information to be missed by those filling it in, and also people not hitting their deadlines. We've had several unfortunate incidences where people have sent their information to the incorrect community group, sending it to a different group rather than the municipality and missing their deadline, and we've had to be very strict with that as well.
Okay, through your worship, so if we're going to do online, it's going to tell them that you'll receive an email back saying that it went through, and second, you can check this on another site that tells you, that shows you that you've applied and been accepted as far as the application is in.
Correct. It'll be a two-prong approach. They'll receive the email letting them know we received their information, and a double check is for them to go to the municipal website under community funding. And we did this last year. It will show that their group name as well as the summary of what their project is.
Okay, well, it seems like some people either don't read it very carefully, or we don't have it in bold enough print or something, but
we will also have, for those, we'll have an information day in the afternoon through into the evening, where people can come and have their information ready, and we can help walk them through that process of how to fill it out online.
okay, thank you.
The mayor asked me to also add that Integris has also been looking at how they can provide support to the type of raising of flags and banners. Although it may seem simple to hang a banner on an electrical pole or whatever, they're highly charged and they're dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. So Integris is offering to look at how they can provide additional support right across Chatham-Kent to provide the types of services that Councillor Roche was just requesting. And that information will be, we'll share that with Council as soon as it's available from Integris.
Great, thank you, Don. Could you tell me the one, are they doing that without a engineering study that the people in the towns have to pay for?
So the quick answer is that Councillor Roche is referring to a conversation we've had over the past year. Anytime you take a hydro pole and put something else on the pole, and be it a banner or high-speed fiber cable or whatever, there is a requirement for an engineering study. In the past, those have cost somewhere in the order of $325. Those studies are still required. I think what we're trying to do with Integris is to look at how you can do the study on a one-time basis, and then if you're changing the actual, the banner or the Christmas light or whatever, that would have been contemplated and dealt with up front, so we can actually save those costs as well. But the fact is that if they own the pole and they know what the requirements are for that legislation, so we are trying to find a way to get around some of the frustration that some of our community groups have had, and so we can utilize the poles. But I wanted to make sure that you understood that Integris is also trying to come to the table to address that.
Thank you, through your worship. Is that $325 a pole, or is that $325 for the town per pole?
Okay, so I don't see any new hands. There's two people that requested that have already spoken. I'll allow that, but we'll move on after that. So Councillor Latimer and then Councillor Crew.
Just with regard, I wanted to ask the same question as Councillor Authier about online-only applications. The problem is that some people, especially in the smaller groups, are not comfortable with that. One is that the current application times out, and I think they feel like they haven't got enough time to form their thoughts, and then they can't save their work. So has that been taken into consideration with the IT looking at this? The other is, if they absolutely, don't want to do that online application, is there an offer of assistance for them to come in for someone to help them and assist with that? Or is there also the option, the accessible option, where they can talk the response and it turns to text on the application? That's all IT programming.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so your first question, you asked about timing out. IT is looking at that so it doesn't time out and that it saves their information, almost auto-populates when they go back to it.
Good.
There's also in the grant guidelines from last year, it shows screenshots of each question, so people can anticipate what the questions are for the application, have all of their answers and information ready, and then basically cut and paste into the application form. And then you asked about the possibility of technology where people can like talk to text and speak. That would be something I'd have to talk to IT about. I imagine that would be, resources would be required to do that, and there might be some software cost involved. And then you also mentioned about people assisting. So I had mentioned that we would have a day where we would have it where people could come in and we would help them fill out that information. But to go back to a complete online, by handwritten application, that's a significant amount of time, and portfolios have greatly increased in the last couple of years and would require some significant help.
I think if you make those few minor alterations and options, I think that will help make people more familiar and comfortable with the routine. But there are going to be those few we're going to have to be ready for.
Okay, Councillor Crew.
Just going to talk about the online application and for us to be inclusive. So maybe if someone really needs help, Amy, we could offer them to come in and someone help them enter it. Because not everyone knows how to copy and paste. And when we have these small community groups that are just run by a bunch of good folks, they might not have that technology. I just want to make sure we don't leave anyone out. And I get it. I would not want to read everyone's handwriting. You wouldn't want to read mine, but we don't want to not include everyone.
I'll meet with Dawn, our CAO, to find out what that options may be, and if there's maybe some staff that might be able to assist with that.
Yeah, it might be just something as staff supporting them while they input it, because sometimes you say submit and it doesn't say anything, and you think it's gone, right? Yeah, thanks.
Okay, we'll just pass it over to the clerk, and she can read out what we've added in as far as number 4 from Councillor McGrail. Sorry.
Okay, so my understanding is it's the first 3, or all of the recommendations in the report, and then there's additional number 4 that reads, a policy be developed clearly defining details on the plus minus 10,000 people at an event.
Councillor McGrail, is that okay with you?
That's a good starting point for sure, because I did take into account days, and every days, how many days the event is. So there's a per day population of the event instead of a whole, 10,000 people throughout the whole event. But that's all part of that policy that I'm seeing.
Yes. And that's okay with the mover and seconder?
Okay, so we'll amend it to read,
Yes.
a policy be developed clearly defining details in the plus minus 10,000 people at an event over the number of days.
Okay, so that ends the discussion on this. We'll put it to vote. All in favor, put up your hand. Opposed? Carried.
Item 18B, Community Partnership Fund, Event Funding Requests.
Councillor Oche?
I think you put the motion forward for all 4 recommendations.
Councillor C. McGregor? Second it. Questions? Councillor Foss?
Am I on? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at this motion, and I have concerns with it. You know that I support community groups, and I support the funding for community groups. But here we are adding additional funding to additional groups that haven't applied for those grants. We look at the Otter Creek one, for example, they charge an admission and they are a fundraiser so that the money they raise there are going to go to other groups. I'm pretty sure that's not the intent of our event program. I look at other groups, and I'll use the Dover Kinsman tractor pull, for example. They couldn't apply for grants because of the fact that they charge admission to it. How many, just a question to you, I guess, Amy, how many groups have asked you whether they qualify for a group and you've turned them down because of that very reason?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Foz, I couldn't tell you the number. It is a significant number each year of community groups that come forward and ask if they could apply for funding, and based on the grant guidelines, they would be ineligible for a grant.
That's right. So we've turned people down, but all of a sudden we're allowing other people to come in and benefit from that program. I'm not sure how to address that, but I cannot support these recommendations for the very fact that everybody's not being treated equally here. I think we've done our due diligence in providing funding for specific programs, which I totally support. And I think if the program was designed to allow these people to apply for funding, that's a different thing. But in many cases, we've turned people away, and they're under the same umbrella as what these people are applying funds for. So we'd like to help everybody out. There's no question about that. But I can see that if we approve this tonight, we're going to have a whole flood of other people coming in wanting the same treatment. And I mentioned the Kinsman in Dover. I look at Woodstock in Dresden. I look at the Dresden Raceway. They bring in thousands of people every Sunday for 11 Sundays. You know, they probably might have tried to apply for some of this funding if they'd have been eligible. But they were told they're not eligible. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I know there's other discussions, but I can't support it. Sorry.
Councillor Latimer? And then Councillor Pensnow's next, since he's the next door neighbor.
Through the mayor to you, Amy, just clarification. I think this is all part of the debacle that Councillor Thompson was talking about. Because some of these groups were promised monies through various informal discussions and meetings held prior to their organization setting down and having their actual festivals. I just want clarification for each of these. Some of them are for like the policing and fencing. Other ones, there seem a lot more than just policing and fencing. So was there any standardization as to what each group is asking for and what we're covering? Is it all over, like the debacle that we talked about earlier?
Okay, so I'll try to answer that for you.
Sorry.
So you would like me to go through each one of these?
Well, I want to know if there's any standardization between the four of them. Like, do we cover the policing and fencing would be something that would be one that I know I was told about, that one or more of these groups were promised that, and that's what they came back asking for. Is that what all of this is about, or is it different?
Just want to provide some clarification. During the community groups, I know that council as well as the mayor was very careful not to promise funds for community groups in their events, but letting them know that the program existed and what the eligibility was and was not. So I just wanted to make that point of clarification. There is no standardization with these four applicants at this time. They're all completely different, as you probably read in the descriptions. Some are asking for some assistance covering municipal expenses, some are not. This would not normally be how we would handle these type of requests.
So it's one-off, yeah.
They're one-offs. So for example, Merlin Legion Family Fun Day, that is due to them stating they put in an application. We didn't receive it. IT reviewed. They didn't see any applications started and or completed. Festival of Nations, that's a significant event. That was a significant free event with large amount of expenses. So trying to keep it in line with the 40th anniversary of Retrofest. Wellspring Entry Motorboat, same thing with that. Large event with significant budget. And Otter Creek, that one is completely different than all the others, where it was basically what we call pay to play, where you would pay an admission fee as well as being a fundraiser event, which would violate our grant guidelines.
Your worship, pass the mic to me. So each of these different 4 events, I'm not sure why I'm getting the feedback. Each of the 4 different events was a direction from council to go back and look at them, and there are some anomalies with each of the different events. We're trying to respect that council has given us some new direction and also changes and evolved the program. And we had a discussion about this in the spring about, we were basically now then changing some of the rules and criteria on the fly. And if I could be so bold, I think Councillor Thompson's, when he talked a few minutes ago about some of the challenges, we recognized at that time that was going to create some challenges. The flip side is we've also had a whole lot more community engagement, and we've had a whole lot more people stepping up and saying they want to contribute to the community. So it's been a bit of a rocky road, but I think we're moving in a good direction. But these 4 events that were coming forward for recommendation, these are directly related to what I believe council has asked us to go back and look at, and we're providing you with some recommendations. So we recognize there are anomalies, and I think council eventually, something like the 40th anniversary of the IPM, those are anomalies that step well outside of the regular evaluation process. And in those cases, although we might seek advice from our committee of volunteers, community volunteers, that type of large commitment of funds would still require the direction of council. And I think you're in the best position to determine what's in the best interest of our community. So.
Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Worship. I didn't support these going back to administration for, I just think we're circumventing our system. Honestly, you know, the people that didn't get funding, they went through the whole process. The groups that didn't get their paperwork in, or they honestly, next year they're gonna be better at it. You know, we aren't treating everybody equally, as Councillor Foz said. And I honestly believe this will open the floodgates. Next year, we're going to have every group applying. These one-offs, I just don't agree with them.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Is it on? Hey, it is. All right. Yeah, this was kind of the spanner in the works I was referencing on the previous motion. I happen to agree with Councillors Foss, Latimer, and Pinsino that this has been a fiasco and a botch up from the get-go, and we're continuing to make it worse. So, I mean, I expect they're all going to pass anyway, but can we separate the 4 of them out and vote on them individually, please?
We certainly can.
Then I would like to do so, even though I don't think it'll change the result. Thank you.
All right, so we'll go over to Councillor Oche, and you can start pass the microphone down to Councillor McGregor and Councillor McGregor. Okay, so Councillor C. McGregor, then Councillor B. McGregor.
Okay, through the mayor. Just for some clarity, and I'm not really sure what the community meetings were like in Tilbury or in Chatham for these other 2 events. But I will tell you, I was at the meetings with the mayor and with Councillor Hall for the Otter Creek and the Wambo. And as our mayor has done, and he's been so wonderful about coming into all of our groups, the first thing he says is, what can we do to help you to make this event be positive and bring lots of people and work for CK and do this. And talking with the Otter Creek group first before we went to Wambo, they said to him, it's been a real struggle trying to line up the fire department, trying to line up the police department, trying to get the road barricades, trying to get the fencing for the event. And they were told, we can understand that this is a first-time event in the community that will become an annual event. We want to do everything we can to help you. Get a list down, write it out, send it into the municipality. We went on to the WAMBO meeting. Again, what can we do to help you improve and create and continue this great event that's been going on in our community, in your community for so long? And again, kind of the same thing. Okay, we'll get some of that information down, get it into the municipality, and we'll see what we can do. And that's where it went. It went all from very good intentions, from community meetings when the mayor came to our town to talk with our groups. I'm assuming that the very same thing happened with the Festival of Nations and possibly with the other one, the one in Merlin Township. So, I know they are one-offs, but people in the communities, in these large groups, left with a wonderful and a great feeling from their meetings with the mayor, with the anticipation that they were going to receive help from the municipality for these events as we move forward. And so I'll leave it at there. And so I brought the motion originally for the 2, then adding in Festival of Nations, simply because it was the understanding of these committees that this is where this was going to go and that we were going to help them build an event and maybe help, especially Otter Creek, and I know it was a paid event, but it's to become an annual event in our community, and it was to help them get on their feet to get started in this first year. And I'll leave it at that.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I don't disagree with some of the sentiments from Councillor Foss, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Latimer. And I recognize that these are definitely one-offs, but I also think that when something's worth doing, sometimes it's difficult, and we try to do something new with the way we're funding community projects, community events, and I think that far from a fiasco, I think this has been a really successful year. I think you look at the Festival of Nations, you look at WAMBO, you look at all these events, and yeah, it was a little messy in this room on occasion, but in the community it was a great year, and I think part of that's because we committed to some of these events for some assistance. So I understand that this looks messy at times, and that there's been some growing pains in this program, and we've certainly discussed that tonight. But I think at the same time, once we get through these one-offs this year, we have a program that we've certainly chewed through. We've reevaluated. We're tearing apart and putting back together and figuring out we're going to have something that works better for the community, and this is just part of that process. So I think that it's important that we recognize that, and we recognize that these events are worth supporting, and they're going to be something that we support in the future. So I'm. Despite the fact that we can describe these as a one-off, I'm in support of this report tonight.
Councillor Bondi and then Councillor Finn, just because the microphone's closest.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Is this thing on? Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, I agree with some of the other councillors. What I have a problem with is, I understand these are all great festivals and they're wonderful things, and I was at half of them. And but I'm afraid we're just sending the wrong message by saying, well, the rules are only the rules until we decide they're not the rules anymore. And to me, I'm worried about next year. We say we're going to tidy this up and it will be cleaned up somewhat. But we can put in new policies, and by doing what we're about to do tonight, maybe I think we're sort of sending the message that, okay, these are the new policies, but they really don't matter if you don't make it. So if you fail to follow the rules, just come back and see us a couple months later and everything's fine. So I just believe we're sending the wrong message. If we do want to clean this thing up, we should make rules that are hard and fast and stick to them. And everybody watching on television, everybody sitting here has missed a deadline somewhere, and the consequence is you've missed the deadline or you haven't fulfilled the requirements. And if that's the case, sometimes the answer is no. No's a hard answer to give, but from time to time, I think that's what we have to do. Thank you, Mayor Cannon.
Councillor Finn.
Just one question, being that it was put in the report with Retrofest. Did that go through the grant program, or was it just a motion to council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Retrofest did go through the Community Partnership Fund. the portion that was handled or administrated by the historic downtown Chatham BIA. They went through and they were successful for their activities. And council will recall that there was then the report to council that dealt with Retrofest / 40th RM anniversary.
Councillor Crew, are you done?
You broke down for Otter Creek about how you came up with the funding for that. And you just stated that the entire $500,000 budget was how we came up with the 84,485. Like I said, I just remember the motion coming up stating that we were going to assist with all the municipal expenses, and that's where we came up with that funding.
Just for clarification, Councillor Finn, are you asking me where did the approximately 85,000, that came from a report to council that you approved?
Councillor Crew?
Thank you. Just quickly, so I'm just feeling that a lot of groups and conversations that we had, people felt that everything, that they were promised things, or they felt that they were kind of approved by just, positive chatter with them, and all good. But I think that people are starting to feel like they are being misrepresented, and we're not doing what we said we would do. Mr. Meyer's event and that money, he did raise money in our community. So, and a lot of good organizations, the hospital and the Children's Treatment Center and the hospice, all received a lot of that money. Not much different than what we're going to do here with the Otter Creek Jam Fest. So I am struggling with this community partnership fund all year, and it's giving me a stomachache because I want to support all of these good things. But what I see is like the growing pains that we're going through, and I want to make sure that next year we don't go, okay, well, we did it this year, we got to do it next year. Did we set a precedent by saying, well, you didn't get it in on time? Well, that's not your fault. We'll just get council to pass it, because how can we say, no to motherhood and apple pie, right? But I want to make sure that we come out better. I'm going to support this one-off. I think it's the growing pains, but is there a way that we legally don't get stuck in a precedent? And he's gone. He's had it. So that's what I wanted. That's what I want to make sure. The processes they're going to work themselves out, and I don't like being stuck in this mess, but.
If I may,
yeah.
I've been in the grant administrator since 2011. I ask council, for those that have been around for that long, just to reflect. Have we had processes issues before? Have we had these type of concerns? I'd like to say no. This is the first year that we've had these. This report is due to council's notice of motions. And I think if we, as I mentioned to Councillor Thompson, if we adhere to the grant guidelines, if we adhere to the process and policies that we set out, we don't create these situation one-offs going forward.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to support it, but I won't be doing this again. Like, it's difficult, and we have to make sure this process works. Once we get through this year of everybody learning and having all this new money added, I think that this is a good lesson for all of us.
Okay, I'm just going to add in something just to clarify a couple of things. I agree with everyone stated. Yes, this year's process was not a good one. And when I do the post-mortem on the process, I look and say, okay, first of all, we ordered or added community groups to the process. Never before we've done that. We changed the funds, so we didn't know really what the budget was going in. We changed the timing because of the election, everything, we pushed it out. And We went online. So if you add all 4 of those things in, yes, it resulted in the process. What I see here is, and I agree with you, that next year, we lay out the process very clearly, and we don't make the changes. So the number 2, 3, and 4 were designed really to replicate how we treated the Retrofest, the RM 40th. We looked at, that's the concept behind here. That's what happened here, was the 2, 3, and 4 said, these are large, significant events that we'd like to support them as well. So that's why they're on the table this year, but we'll put through the filter that we've laid out historically. And I just want to clarify as well that when the community groups, exactly what we said there, but added the caveat, there was no promises. I didn't go out there promising anything, wanted to clarify that. I didn't want people thinking, oh yes, making a promise. But certainly I'm optimistic, as you know, that saying we can do this, but it's all based on the table around here. I said, I'm one vote of 18. So we look here, and this is where it comes to the table and to decide. So with that, we're going to call it to question. All right. So, oh, sorry, Councillor Foss, I'll left you one quick comment in there, and then we got to put it to vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess when you make a comment like we changed the process, everybody didn't know the process had changed. And there's going to be groups out there that I'm afraid are going to come and say, we want to be treated the same way. What are we going to do with that group?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, in the report for those that want to be considered that do not fall into any of the categories of an event, significant event, CK Plan 2035 event or project, sorry, or core grant, they can notify myself that they have a project they're looking for funding, and then the next step would be to talk to their ward councillor, identify what that project is, and then if the council feels that it warrants municipal funding, to contact me. You'll see that that is where that project reserve is, which was item 5, I believe.
Okay, so you're saying that you're going to accept applications on the same vein as the ones that were approved tonight, if that's approved?
Correct.
Okay.
There's a reserve that's being established to fund for large-scale one-time events, and that $25,000 will be allocated each year. So for example, I'll use the plowing match, just because that's something we've already done. If someone came forward to you in your ward, said they wanted to do the international plowing match, they would notify you, and at that time, if you and your other ward councillors felt that it warranted the event, you would put forward a notice of motion, which would then, if council therefore approved it, I would be instructed to write a report, similar to the one that I did for Retrofest.
Okay, for clarification then, these programs have already taken place, or these events have already taken place. So if the Dover Kinsman or Woodstock comes to me and says, but then they're being treated different than these folks.
The intention is a go-forward basis, not to look
And
at
I agree
anything
with that,
retroactively.
and I agree with that. Wholeheartedly agree with that. But we're setting two sets of rules here, I guess. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
All right, we'll put it to vote. So we've split it out. So we're going to be doing number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. So everybody's clear on, I don't think there's been any changes to this. So everybody can see what's in the recommendations. So I'll put number 1 to vote. All in favor of number 1, put up your hand. Get your hands out so I see 4. Okay. So how many we need to pass? Sorry, 8?
There's 15 here.
There's 15, all right. So 9, the motion passes. Item 2, all in favor? Oop. Item 3, all in favor? Passes. Item 4, all in favor? Eight? 8 passes? Okay, so all 4 motions pass then. 18C.
18C, motion by Mayor Caniff regarding rental fees for community assessed owners, and we'll ask Acting Mayor Councillor Latimer to take the chair, please.
Welcome. See if we can get through this a little easier than the last. I would ask the mayor to read his motion.
Okay, there it is. Okay, so whereas over the years, there's been several community organizations and partners that have done significant fundraising to develop community assets, whereas those community partners have given ownership of those community assets to the municipality of Chatham-Kent free of charge, whereas anytime those community stakeholders want to use the community asset they donated are charged for the use of that asset facility, it is recommended that any group that has donated a community asset to the municipality be allowed to of said community asset free of rental charge and the other resulting charges from the use of that facility subject to defined limitations. Therefore be it resolved that administration go back to council with a report showing the financial impact of the municipality. The report shall be returned to council no later than the end of November, and council to then vote on a motion to provide a community partner use of any asset they donated to the municipality free of rental or any other associated charges subject to defined limitations.
Seconder, Councillor Pinsno. Discussion. Mayor Caniff, you'll speak first.
Yes. So in looking at this in our community meetings, there was a lot of discussions. Every time we ran into somebody that had donated a community asset, they were the fees there. So we discussed that. We're looking at this not being a large amount. I don't suspect it will be. Part of it will be determined how many organizations have assets they've donated. We're looking at one like the Kiwanis Theatre. You know, they're cost prohibitive for the Kiwanis Club to use the Kiwanis Theatre. So I looked and said, it's kind of an oxymoron when you say that they've donated, they've helped erect this thing, and they have to go off somewhere else to do it. So not looking at giving a free wheel to them and saying, okay, it's free anytime you want to use it. Let's come up with something reasonable. That's the concept behind this.
Alrighty, I have Councillor Solomon next.
I got the microphone. I was thinking of just taking it down the hall to speed things up. But I relented. I only have a couple comments, and I just want these to be taken, and when we get our report back sometime no later than the end of November, I'd like to know, so I can intelligently vote on this, what donated a community asset means. I can think of several groups that have donated massive amounts of money to community assets, but didn't donate the entire asset. You just used one of those examples. Kiwanis Club did not donate the theater. They donated a lot of money towards the theater. And I'd like to see a list of what you think the community the administration thinks the community assets are that we're talking about, the donated community assets. So that's it. But I don't think if you can fairly do this, if it's because somebody donated a Boy Scout hut, then they get to use it. But if somebody donates $250,000 to another project, they don't get to use it because they didn't donate the entire community asset. So please, when you do this, try to get it defined so that we know what we're actually talking about, so that we can make intelligent decisions when it comes time to vote. And that's all I have.
Alrighty, Councillor Harrigan, I think you're next up.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to talk with the mayor about this motion. I'd like to add a friendly amendment to say, and that the report include the anticipated cost to introduce a not-for-profit rate for Chatham-Kent's parks, recreation, arts, and culture facilities for not-for-profit organizations. And what I'd like to actually do is just to kind of explain why. I think that the the motion, while it is, I don't, Mayor.
Do I have to ask whether we agree with the
Yeah,
friendly
I think-
amendment first? Mayor Caniff? I do, yes. Councillor Pinstone? Okay, go ahead.
And so the reason that I've added that is because I really appreciate what it is that our mayor's trying to do in supporting, not-for-profit groups, especially those who have donated significant assets to the municipality. But I can't help but think that this actually creates a landscape of inequality within the not-for-profit groups themselves under two scenarios. So the first is those groups who've donated an asset to the municipality that is not currently charged a fee to rent. So I think about the tennis courts in Tilbury as an example, donated by the Kinsman Club. They don't pay fees to play tennis. The community doesn't. They just use those fees, but that's still a valuable asset that was donated. And when the Kinsman Club wants to rent the arena, they have to pay full price for it. And then secondly, again, because I'm in my 30s and I remind people often, 11 or 12 when we amalgamated, there are a number of community groups that formed after amalgamation who didn't have an opportunity to donate assets to now what is called Chatham-Kent. And so because of that, I think this motion, again, while I really appreciate the sentiment, really kind of is rear-facing. It's looking in the rearview mirror about what had been donated and how we reward those donations from the past, rather than looking forward about what can we do to support our not-for-profit organizations and groups. And so I think adding in the information about what the cost would be to be more equitable in establishing a not-for-profit rate, maybe leveraging some funds from community dollars we have in certain places in our budget at future budget talks, maybe more of a productive conversation that is more in the spirit of collaboration across the municipality of Chatham-Kent and is more in the spirit of supporting not-for-profit groups universally, regardless of how long they've been formed, what assets they had donated in the past, and just generally looking at supporting not-for-profits, which is what I think the intent of this motion is. And so then I'd like to ask that we vote on the first and second aspect of the report separately as well.
So you want the initial motion voted on, and then you want the initial motion plus your amendment?
No, I want the clause.
I haven't got because my notes.
The clause that it is recommended that any group that has donated a community asset to the municipality to be used said free. So that part about the report including free rental, and then be voted on for one, and then the second that the report include cost of introducing not-for-profit rate B2.
So
I'm saying that
two separate. Okay, got it. All right.
So you could vote to include one, and then you could vote to include the other. So then the report might have one, or it might have both, if that makes sense. One or the other or both.
You put a screen, but we don't have access to the screen. Okay. I think while we're getting that clarified, Councillor Authier wanted to. Anybody else? Oh, we need the microphone. Yep.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Claire. Sorry. I'm with Melissa on this, as the Tilbury Kinsman donated the score clock in the arena. Also donated Zamboni, which was well over 50 grand just for the Zamboni, not including the score clock. So I would like to see it more of a discounted than just giving the time away. It's great, but like the Chatham Kinsman, for instance, would definitely lose out. They gave us a hall. I think, I don't know, maybe we paid $1 for it. I'm not sure when it was here, but they tore it down. So if we're going to just give the people that gave us something but are still here, they get a great discount. But for the people that gave us something but it's not the entire thing, like Councillor Solomon said, then they're losing out. So what are they going to save all their money and then buy something for Chatham-Kent, pay for something for Chatham-Kent? Then they would get free use of it at some point. But so I'm definitely supporting the second part. Thank you.
Any other comments, Councillor Foss? Yeah. I think we all agree on that. We're going to have any other questions, comments? We can call a vote. Sorry. We have, yes, Mayor Caniff gets to speak.
So So just to clarify, the additional friendly amendment states that the report include the anticipated cost to introduce a not-for-profit rate for CK Parks, Recreation, Arts, and Cultural Facilities.
Sorry, I just want to add that as this is just looking for a report, I'm looking for something that's simple. That I like, as Councillor Solomon pointed out, that is a correction there. That look and saying yes, that they didn't donate the building, but let's look at that, and maybe it might be just have a charitable rate instead. You know, I don't know what it is, but we want to keep it simple. We don't want to drag this out and hours of debate and administration spend a lot of time. Let's make it simple. The idea is that these groups give back to the community, and we want them be able to use the facilities. So that's the concept behind it.
All right, one more, Councillor Crew.
Clarification. Is the intent that not-for-profit groups be a registered not-for-profit in Councillor Harrigan's motion? It's not all groups are registered not-for-profits. And we don't want to exclude people that are doing good things just because they aren't registered. Yeah, minor hockey, some of them, I don't know. I'm just anticipating an issue.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan.
Actually, at one point in time, CK did have a not-for-profit rate for our parks and recreation facilities, and then that was removed from budget. And so I'm not sure exactly of the parameters around the not-for-profit rate, which is why I just leveraged the phrase not-for-profit rate so that when it would go into the report, I would assume that we would get an understanding of the definition of who could apply for that not-for-profit rate. Because I thought about that too, like groups, but then what if you have a family reunion? Do you get the not-for-profit rate because you're just a group, right? So there's that. But I would trust that then Mr. Bray, in returning the report, would be able to kind of finalize those parameters for us. He's nodding, so I'm hoping he's good.
All righty, I'm going to call up. I just about had it. Councillor Bondi.
That work? Yeah. Okay, thank you. To the amendment, like I love the idea of the not-for-profit group, but tonight seems to be break the rules night. Like if it's gonna be not-for-profit, let's make it not-for-profit groups. Because like you said, I could create a group of, well, my children have a lemonade stand, so there's a nice group trying to do a nice thing, so they should get to use the Capitol Theater for free. So no, like if we're gonna make rules, let's.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Bundy, just to clarify, like, so what I had referenced was at one point CK had a not-for-profit rate that was very clearly defined and very clearly in use. So I just leveraged the terminology of a not-for-profit rate, assuming that in the report, it would very clearly define for us who would be eligible for that not-for-profit rate. And I will just leverage kind of the staff to provide that for us, because we're voting on the report coming back rather than the actual thing in principle.
Thank you, Acting.
And that's where I'm going to call the vote, because this is on a report. It's for an amended motion. So all those in favor of the amended motion to bring this report back to us. Okay. So I need that motion again. So the first one is recommended that any group that has donated a community asset to the municipality be allowed use of said community asset free of rental charge and any other resulting charges from the use of that facility subject to defined limitations. Sorry.
Of order, if I can get it. There we go. This is a point.
Probably.
I'm confused as to why we're splitting a motion into two where we're not deciding anything.
Exactly.
I understand it when you're voting on two different things and you're making a decision, but the only motion here is to bring a report back. And if it's just, I thought it was, as I heard, it was accepted as a friendly amendment, so it becomes part of the motion, and we just get a report that covers what Melissa wants covered. and what the mayor wants covered. Councillor Harrigan wants covered, sorry. We're in such a familiar environment here playing council karaoke here, so I thought I don't know why we're getting our panties in a knot over this when we simply need to vote on the motion.
As amended.
Yeah, well, no, it's a friendly amendment. It
Well-
doesn't even have to be amended.
So it's not as amended, we'll just keep.
He's just
So I wanted-
He's
so-
just revised his motion in accordance with the
Perfect.
suggestion from Councillor Harrigan.
So the first part, so the reason I had asked to call it, and that ultimately it's fine, there's lots of people here waiting on a bridge outcome, so we should get to that. But the reason I had called it is because I think the work that would go into the report, I fundamentally disagree with the initial part about donating assets in the report coming back, and I think that would be a lot of staff time versus just a not-for-profit rate straight up. But because it's a report, and for the ease of council, I'm happy to just vote on it all at once.
Call to vote. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Passed. Thank goodness. Thank you.
It was just that easy. 18D, motion by Councillor Kirkwood White regarding provincial funding cuts to Legal Aid Ontario.
Councillor Kirkwood White.
Thank you, Your Worship. With the blessing of council, I got winded at the last meeting reading this motion, so I'm just going to cut to the chase and read the resolution at the bottom end of it. Be it therefore resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Chatham-Kent forward a letter to local MPPs, the Attorney General, and the Premier of Ontario, and all municipalities in Ontario, expressing its strong support for Legal Aid Ontario and its funding of Ontario's community legal clinics, and specifically the Chatham-Kent Legal Clinic, which provides legal services to low-income and vulnerable Ontarians, expressing its strong opposition to the funding cuts imposed on Legal Aid Ontario by the provincial government, calling upon the Premier and the Attorney General to make a commitment to access to justice and to respect the commitment of their government to not decrease frontline services, and urging the province to restore full funding to these critical services to ensure that all the residents of Chatham-Kent have access to a fair and equitable justice system regardless of their incomes.
Seconded. See, I still got it.
He's got the
Seconded.
microphone. Okay, Councillor Solomon seconded.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank Walter van der Kloot for hanging in so long for the presentation and supporting this motion. And I think it's no surprise that when I was running for council that my platform was no one left behind. Using an equity lens, I want to make sure that services are available to those who find themselves in very unique and vulnerable situations, and that all citizens have access to justice. So I would ask for your support in providing the letter that's been requested.
Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Infrastructure and Engineering Services, item 19A, Graphic Emporium, Graphic Production Vendor Services.
Councillor B. McGregor.
I'll move the recommendation.
Councillor Finn, second. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Item 19B, Banner Pole Agreement, Catherine Street Municipal Parking Lot, Blenheim.
Councillor Scotchy. Councillor Thompson. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote. All in favor? Motion carries.
Item 19C, on-street parking removal for bike lanes, McNaughton Avenue West, Community of Chatham.
Councillor Crew.
I'll move the recommendations.
You move the recommendation. Councillor B. McGregor seconds it. Any questions? Councillor Solomon.
My questions are not with respect to the bike lanes, but rather what flows out of it. So I don't know who's going to, okay. So the question is this: where the bike lanes and new sidewalk is required, there's some area of that, correct? Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Sorry, can you repeat the?
Where there are bike lanes, as part of this project and the map we have, there are bike lanes and there is also an area where new sidewalk is required, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so what I want to know is there a reason that the sidewalks in that area where there's new bike lanes proposed, that the sidewalks cannot be placed immediately beside the curb? That is, place them there without creating a boulevard, a grass boulevard.
I'll defer it to Chris Teber.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the concern came up about the sidewalk being adjacent to the curb at this location. There was some correspondence back and forth with some concerned residents as well as members of council. The alignment that was selected for the sidewalk, not only does it promote pedestrian safety as it is offset away from the travel portion of the road, it does provide that boulevard space for future winter maintenance and snow clearing and road maintenance, of course. And it is to continue with a straight alignment of the existing sidewalks, both east and west of that exact location, which is a preferred practice in engineering to carry a straight alignment of either a trail or a sidewalk.
Okay. On Richmond Street, which appears on your map, there is a bike lane and a sidewalk. Which street has the most traffic on it? Richmond Street or McNaughton? I know the answer's obvious, it's Richmond Street. Correct?
Sorry, which map are you referring to, Councilor?
Well, someone gave us a map that has been circulated.
Yeah. Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Okay, what you've told me, to summarize it is, so we keep moving, is that it's pedestrian safety principally along McNaughton, where there's going to be a bike lane. And my question is, why don't you put the sidewalk beside the curb instead of taking up, what you're doing is going to separate lawns, in effect. And you've told me, and I understand, good engineer, I'm not criticizing you for this, I just want to understand that it's for safety reasons, principally. Now, on Richmond Street, the sidewalk is immediately beside the curb from the corner of Kyle, past McDonald's, and past all the way out. And that street is far more heavily traveled than McNaughton. So I'm wondering, once we've separated the traffic from the curb, I understand that in streets where there's no bike lane, but once we separated the traffic from the curb, why do we need to do that? You've already set the precedent on Richmond Street, which is far more heavily traveled.
So I understand completely. It's not very consistent all throughout the municipality. McNaughton is another example.
I've got some more for you. Yeah.
Well, yeah, McNaughton's another example from Kyle all the way to St. Clair.
Right.
The sidewalk goes in and out multiple times. We do our best when we are planning for sidewalk installation to try and avoid any third-party utility relocations, tree removals, any kind of major infrastructure replacements to accommodate future road improvements or future improvements. So in the case of McNaughton, in the future, when it does come time to widen McNaughton, we're trying to plan for that or plan for the future with the sidewalk alignment so that we're not having to rip up good infrastructure. Richmond's another example where the road right-of-way and the municipal property adjacent to the road did not allow for the sidewalk to be spaced far enough away from the road. So we had to stick close to the road, but where we did have that property available, we made sure to get away from the road to get that buffer and that boulevard.
Okay, well, I've asked the questions that the community, neighborhood's concerned about, so they now have your response.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote. All in favor? Motion carries.
Item 19D, McDougall Line Bridge over Government Drain Number 1, Community of Tilbury East.
Councillor Harrigan?
So this is a new one. I'll move that staff return to council with a report that identifies the current divestment list for municipal bridges, as well as information about the decision-making process that led to the identification of those assets for divestment. Further, that staff present a summary and decision support matrix for all municipal assets that could be recommended for divestment. This decision matrix should consider not only life cycle and capital costs, but also the following: safety, agricultural impact, given the prominence of agriculture within the municipality, small business and other economic development impacts, the environment, traffic impacts to surrounding roads when appropriate, comparable asset performance across Chatham-Kent, and any other pertinent information to be identified in the matrix. Moreover, I move that no divestment of any road asset be brought to council without written notice first given to all residences and businesses who reside on that road, and that no divestment decisions, including McDougall Line Bridge, be brought forward to council until the report returns. So for those of you who have a computer, I've emailed it out to everyone. Oh, thank you, Meredith.
Councillor Oche? Okay, so I'll give you, Councillor Harrigan, I'll give you the floor, and then we'll go to questions.
Great, thank you. So in seeing this report, I had a number of questions about the history of this particular bridge. Some of those questions were brought forward by our deputations. You know, at some period around 7-8 years ago, council gave the direction to rehabilitate this bridge. And then at some point around a year later, this bridge found itself on the divestment list. And it was a struggle for me to understand how that came to be. I even reached out and phoned an old ex-councillor friend of mine who still lives in Tilbury to ask about the history, and he wasn't sure either how that happened. And then I got to thinking that the concerns that I had actually about this particular bridge probably share a commonality with the concerns that all of us would have if a bridge came up for divestment in our area or an asset came up for divestment in our area. We'd want to know about the history. We'd want to know about some of that impact. And so I thought I would maybe step up a bit farther and look at this more systematically than just addressing McDougall Line, which I think there's a very strong argument there that could be made for that bridge needing to stay open, but I think that should be saved for potentially another day. The reason, you know, generally I think my concerns can be summarized more thematically. And the first is that from my perspective, I think that the report that we had was an excellent engineering traffic report. And I certainly don't ever want to challenge the engineering knowledge that Thomas and his team bring to the table when they provide reports around bridges. But it did lack some community dynamic around safety, around agriculture, and around the impact to farmers that we were able to be shown tonight through those deputations. I think there's a general feeling of a disregard by constituents, and I hear this often, and I'm sure my rural councillors would hear something similar, that there's a disregard for the relationship between generally the vitality of Chatham-Kent as a municipality and the success of agriculture and that relationship between agriculture and the vitality. We talked about growth today in a presentation that John provided us. A lot of that growth is also hinged on the fact that we are growing for the world. So some of the new processing plants that we've seen are because of the agricultural success that we've had. And there's this general feeling of discontent that we often hear when we're talking about rural asset and infrastructure. And then when these assets are presented independently to council, they become a standalone asset. And so what I've experienced, now that this is the first kind of major asset that's gone on the chopping block in my ward, is that what happens is staff put forward a recommendation and the councillors in that ward scramble and they try to, you know, lobby their other fellow councillors and help people understand the importance of this one bridge, because we can't all understand the dynamics of every bridge and culvert in the municipality. But then it becomes a bit of a politics game where I'm begging somebody over there on the other side of the municipality to support my bridge staying open, and they're begging me to keep their bridge open. And then the goal of looking strategically at our assets and having kind of that comparative perspective gets disappeared. And then that's when we lead to actually comments about tails wagging dogs rather than council really giving that strategic direction. And I don't think it's, you know, the intent of anybody for it to happen that way. I think that's just the situation and the circumstance that we've created for ourselves. And this is really poor politics. And so this motion really challenges staff to show us what the bird's eye view is of all of our bridges and culverts when it comes to roads, but also other assets, rather than the fisheye view from kind of underneath the culvert and doing those one-offs. And so I hope that councillors around the table can support me in asking staff to do this, and for putting a pause on divestment and until this information can be brought back forward to us. So I asked questions tonight, kind of tongue-in-cheek on purpose, about some of the other culverts around the flow of traffic that covers those culverts. So we're investing in some culverts and bridges that have 100 passengers a day or vehicles passing them a day and 200 vehicles passing them a day. But then we're closing one that has 400 vehicles passing a day. And likely I would anticipate that Chris and his team would say, well, it's, you know, you have to look at the detour routes as well. And our farmers are saying, but you also have to look at the roads in those detour routes. So we need to have a bigger picture conversation, and we need to put a stop to these one-off divestments that are taking place. So I'm hoping, and I'm open to, you know, other modifications, but I'm hoping where we can get to with this is giving direction to staff to say, yes, we told you in our strategic planning we'd be open to divesting when necessary, but we can't have the conversation one bridge at a time, one road at a time, one shed at a time. We need to have a more strategic discussion. So that's that.
Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like where you've gone with this, Melissa. I must say I was kind of upset about this. We closed an alley, which we did tonight. We put that in the newspaper to everyone. This comes to us, we see it, we let people know. Otherwise, they don't know about it at all. But I'm also disappointed in this because of what everyone that spoke tonight on this said. What are you going to do about the turn going west from Chatham? And it's not in here at all. It doesn't say anything about the money that will be need to spend. That should be part of the any report that comes to us if we have to divest a bridge or a road or anything. You know, the other end. What are we doing at the other end for the semis that are coming? As there's over 200 semis, approximately 200 semis that go to this farm alone, the Tellier farm, and it's not in here at all. School buses, they can't make that turn. I go by that every morning and every night, 5 days a week, and there is no way a semi is going to make that turn. So I would like to see that. If this passes, I'd like to see that on any report that comes to us. If there's going to be an extra cost, which there definitely would be in this case. So I'm hoping this does pass, and that any report we get from now on, including any divestment at all, if there's an extra cost, I'd like to see that in the report as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Knapp. Councillor O'Shea, to answer your question or your concern, this report ultimately is seeking council's direction on how to proceed. We did identify in the financial implications here in the background that as a result of removing this structure from the bridge inventory, if we proceed with that direction, there will be an initial investment of $800,000 required for road upgrades to McDougall line, and ultimately the removal of the structure as well. We didn't go into detail with what we meant by that. We could have gone into a little more detail. It does include intersection improvements for that intersection of McDougall and Queens Line, as well as putting in a proper turnaround point for emergency services and buses and everything at the end of the potentially closed road. The reason why we didn't is because that will be a separate tender process that we will follow up with once we get direction from council. That was the goal. Once we get, again, direction to either remove the bridge to completely get rid of it from our inventory, or proceed with, if that's not supported, and proceed with a detailed design to move forward with replacement, then that gives us the instruction to gear our tender which way or the other. So it's either going to be a tender for the removal and the road upgrades, or it's going to be a tender for the replacement of the bridge.
Thank you, Chris. I'm glad that you brought that forward, because I did not understand that part of it, but that's great. But what are your thoughts on? I've gone home twice this summer to traffic jams at the corner of Queen's Line, or number 42, number 2, whatever you want to call it, and Merlin Town Line, from accidents. And this was a very lucky thing to have those nights for people coming east. Not so much for myself, because I was stuck in a lot of traffic with no road around me, but they were using that to cut back, go down the Merlin Town Line to Prairie Siding to get back to Chatham. So what is going to happen in the event of accidents if this road is closed? How are you going to detour people?
I drew out a little map, just if I could try to walk you through it to explain ultimately what the road detours would look like. McDougall Road here is 2.1 kilometers long, right, from Merlin all the way to Queen's Line. If there is ever I guess an accident or a closure of the intersection of Queen's Line and Merlin, which would basically render that intersection useless for the time being of the accident. Instead of utilizing McDougall, they would be using the road called Industrial Park Boulevard, and then they have the opportunity to stay on that road all the way to Tilbury, or they can come up the Barrett Road. I believe I'm pronouncing it correctly. So that is an additional 3.4 kilometers if they choose to go that way. So we did identify there's Sinclair Road that could be used as another detour road. There's the Drake Road, which can be used as another detour route in the event of an accident within proximity to this structure.
The Barrett Road, I'm not sure if you have been on it before, but it definitely is not very wide. Definitely not wide enough for semi or any vehicle coming towards it. That's for sure. If this happened to close, would this road be stone and chipped? Would it be paved? I'm talking about McDougall, or are you just going to leave it gravel?
We would seek ultimately direction from council on our recommendation would just be to maintain it as a gravel road due to its traffic volumes, but that would be at the decision of council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
I'd just like to say I'm in support of Melissa's motion. I know the street well, and I know the accidents that could occur there very well. And with detours, especially with semis, you could be opening yourself up to a whole lot more accidents. But reading the report, where it says option 4, removal of the existing bridge structure and improvements to McDougall Line was not supported by Chatham-Kent Council and will not be investigated further, was what brought me to be very disappointed that it's back up.
I'll let Thomas, thank you, Mayor Camp. I'll let Thomas answer the second question. But with regards to the intersection of Merlin and Queen's Line, I just want to touch on that. Yes, there has been a significant amount of collisions that have occurred in the recent months. That intersection particularly is currently on capital. It was identified as a capital priority that was not prioritized for funding in 2019. So council again will have the opportunity come budget 2020 to make that a priority for the intersection upgrades, because it is in fact warranted to move forward with some form of intersection improvements to help control the flow of traffic. Ultimately, Queen's Line was designed to accommodate the increase in volume of traffic. The current annual average daily traffic, the ADT, is in the range of 7,000 to 8,000. But it ultimately can handle upwards of 10,000 vehicles per day. So that being said, the additional 400 vehicles that were noted in this report can easily be accommodated on Queens Line. But recognizing the intersection already is a concern for us, and it will be something brought forward at Budget 2020.
Thank you. So the essence of this report is we're really trying to follow the direction of council. You gave us direction back in January 9th through the Infrastructure Innovation Committee, item 5, Chatham-Kent investigate opportunities to close roads and bridges to reduce infrastructure inventory. And then secondly, in the strategy session, rationalize current inventory of bridges, roads, parks, and buildings in support of new infrastructure investment. And just to let everybody know, we're about at 50% of all the infrastructure funds that we should have. So when we discussed this earlier in the year, that was the whole intent, look for opportunities, bring them to council, and potentially use these funds for other new investment. With respect to your question, Councillor Finn, that's on the bottom of page 3. If you turn over, what happened was we had a very similar situation. We've been dealing with this since I started back in 2012, where we just haven't had enough life cycle money. So we were asked to prioritize this particular bridge. We came back in 2013 and provided a list of divestment and investment bridges. This is one of the divestment bridges. And we followed that exactly to a T, what we were asked for council to do. We said that we would maintain the bridge, but we would not invest any further in the bridge. But that time has come now. We need to invest further in the bridge or get rid of it, basically. In that time, my concern with the motion is that what you're asking for is actually a lot of work to do. We could be at that a year to come back with all of these proposals with the level of detail. We did propose back in 13 an investment criteria that's in the report, or divestment criteria. It's very similar to those. That's how we developed the original list. So we just, my concern is I don't have the staff to fix all the bridges and do this type of work as well. What we've been doing though, as the opportunities come up, we bring them to council. So we have this one, we have a couple others we'll be bringing forward. We were in about a month or so. So that was our strategy, and that's really just managing resources that we have. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Councillor Scotchy.
Really appreciate the comments there, Thomas, just because that was kind of something I was going to touch base on in regards to, council being strategically, looking towards right sizing and divesting. But I don't think it could be voiced any better and articulated the way that Councillor Harrigan has indicated. I think it's really important that we have to have a better, we have to analyze these bridges a little bit more detailed when we're going to be closing them down, just because of the fact that Councillor Finn kind of took my thunder there a bit with Queens Line and Merlin Line. I haven't heard, since I've been in council, more concern from residents than from that intersection. So when I'm listening to these folks here that live in that area, and they're telling me the traffic issues that this is going to cause, me being in Ward 2, even though being in Ward 2, that area there has caused more. I've had conversations with Mr. Councillor Oche about that. I've had conversations with yourself, Chris, with Thomas, with Mr. Seppi as well, and that area is a major concern. So I will definitely be supporting this report. My question to you, though, to Mr. Kelly is that if this is a year, so you're saying this is a long time for you to gather this information, is this bridge going to be able to maintain itself for a year safely? Because if it's not going to, the issue is going to be is that we're going to be closing down a bridge temporarily until we find out what we're doing, and then these roads aren't going to have the chance to be upgraded, because if we're going to close this bridge down, if it's decided, then we're not going to do upgrade. We're going to do upgrades on the road, but if we're not going to do, it's going to put these residents in purgatory on this bridge. So that's the only concern I have with this report. If this bridge doesn't make it to that, the life cycle doesn't make it this long to this is ready, what are we going to do in the meantime?
Thank you, Mayor Camp. Thank you, Councillor Kashi, for bringing that up. It is crucial that we receive direction from council sooner than later for this particular structure, only because it is currently load posting at its lowest posting that it can allow. The next posting is complete closure. And we are at a risk right now, we're at a time right now where if we do not proceed with direction to either move forward with divestment or direction either to replace and get a consultant on board and start doing the detailed design, we are going to be at risk of closure come the next review period, which is coming up early next year.
So that's my biggest concern. So obviously, us Ward 2 councillors don't have to touch base on regards to culvert in our area that was closed down for considerably amount of time because you didn't have the time to process and plan for this closure. So my concern is right now for the folks out there, the farmers out there, the safety of their residents is if we pass this, which I very well support, what happens if, I think that this is a conversation that needs to be had today, because if it's closed immediately and you haven't planned for any reconstruction whatsoever, the timeline for that, can I guess, say that it would be because of the weather and all that could be at least 10 to 12 months? Is that something that I can accurately say since you've had no planning in regards to, tendering this out, procurement, anything like that?
Yes, that's correct. It is a very large structure, a very large municipal drain that it crosses. This is not a simple pipe replacement by any means. This is it's basically considered a superstructure by every means. It's so therefore there is a lot of time and effort put into the design and analysis for design and then moving forward with the tender for construction, which at this point we are not prepared for.
So I guess I'm not sure who else is on the list, but I think it's very important that Councillor Harrigan maybe takes the floor for this, because I think it's very imperative that we know that if we go with this, which I do support, this project, there could be some very detrimental things that will occur. It's probably going to, put you guys under the gun, so to speak. So I think that it would be beneficial on this bridge if there is a decision, either if it's not made today, it's made in the very immediate future, because I just don't want to see what happened to the farmers in our area, happen to the farmers out there, and because we're not going to upgrade no roads if we're going to fix the bridge. So I think it's very important that this comes back sooner than later.
Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. And I just want to preface my remarks with saying, in my time here, whether you're a rural councillor, urban councillor, we're all councillors at Chatham-Kent, and I think we all have recognized and do recognize how important agriculture is in our community, and I think that's often a forefront of our decisions, and that's a testament to the guys in the blue shirts that are here very consistently that remind us of that. And I think that I'm supportive of the spirit of the motion, and my question for Mr. Kelly is, you said it could take a year for something like this to come back, and also mentioned that some of these criteria are already things that you look at when you're going through this divestment process. And I think in understanding some of the concerns of my colleagues, my question would be, how quickly could you come back with something pared down maybe from this that explains the process to us and includes not just this bridge, but other things that are coming up? Because I think that it might be helpful for us to be looking at these things together. If there's other bridges or other type of infrastructure on these lists, to understand how things are categorized, where they are, and to make those decisions rather than on a one-off basis, maybe together. So I think that might be helpful in us understanding the criteria that you're already using and how that fits into our strategic goals.
So Mr. Kelly, prior to answering that, can I just clarify, when you up in this, you mentioned all assets contemplated. Is it more so on what is currently on the divestiture list that they have? Like, is it, because if you're saying contemplating every asset they're looking at, well, that could be a lot of assets, or is it just the ones that coming down the pipe that in 2011 were identified?
Well, to be honest, Mayor Caniff, based on our strategic priority session setting, I thought I could leverage this to say, let's have the conversation municipal-wide about all assets. We've been talking for quite some time as a municipality about also building assets that we have and community assets across the municipality. And the issue that we're experiencing with bridges is just going to be repeated when somebody brings forward that a small community asset in X small town be closed. Now, in terms of timing priority, if we say let's focus on bridges and roads first because of the need and the safety aspect with roads, and then we move on to other assets, I think the as some have indicated, the spirit of this motion is really to give direction to our senior management team that when we're talking about divestment of any kind, of a road, of a bridge, of a culvert, or of a community-owned building, we need to have the conversation in a way that's beyond just bricks and mortar and beyond just traffic impact. We need to talk more about the dynamics of community, safety, environment, agriculture. And so this directs staff to say, yes, we as a council supported the idea of divestment when it makes sense, but having the conversation one asset at a time, I don't think is reflective of the spirit of the conversations that we had as council during our strategic priority session. So absolutely, in terms of planning and resources, if we say, that first looks at bridges, culverts, and roads, and then further moves on to other assets, I'm giving the direction that we need to change the way we're having this conversation.
So are you referring to all bridges? Like, can we define that? Because certainly if you're looking at all bridges and everything, I mean, they could spend 2 years potentially doing that versus if we want to get something in a timely manner, as Councillor Sakachi was talking about, is it something we can?
So in the report, from one of the appendices, there's 2 tables, Table 1 and Table 2, that identifies the divestment list and the other, the investment list of specifically bridges. If we were to, so I think this needs to be reviewed, just given some of the conversations we've had. And then when we're talking other assets for divestment, this motion is saying, directing staff not to bring forward an individual asset for divestment until we've had this larger view conversation, this municipal-wide conversation. Because we can't be having these conversations in isolation from each other. I don't know if there's a verbiage of clarity that comes in the report. I feel like the motion as it sits is fairly clear, and I'm happy to say to staff, if you need to come back to us to tell us you're going to prioritize bridges and culverts and roadways as an initial conversation, and then maybe in a couple of years' time talk about municipal community assets, I'm fine with that. I'm hoping that this changes the direction of the conversations that are had around divestment and assets.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to suggest that we'll go back and just, again, focus on this one asset. I know that's differs from what Councillor Harrigan is saying, but we could come back. Our reports are due tomorrow for the next 2 weeks, so actually I could come back in 4 weeks, give you all the data on this one bridge. You can look at this as a pilot test, see if we're missing anything else, and then make a decision. But this is, even with bridges, is a lot of work. And as my colleague described, we would appreciate a decision on this one soon, because otherwise we're going to have a situation where right now it's load rated, so there's not a lot of vehicles that can go over that bridge anyway, and it's been like that for a couple of years now. So what I can do in a timely manner is 4 weeks, but just this particular bridge, come back and say, here's the data you wanted. Have we got it right now? Have we got the process right? If you want something of greater magnitude, all bridges, it's definitely going, I just don't have the staff to do all of that type of work in that type of timely manner. So I just ask for council to consider that, and we're fine for you to make a decision tonight too. That's really what we're looking for. We either go down the divestment path or we invest. And if we want to invest, we'd like to do that now, which would mean we would start designing right away to get this replaced as soon as possible.
Mr. Shropshire?
Thank you. If I could just add to Mr. Kelly's thoughts. Thanks for the people that made the deputations tonight. You added a good deal of information, and I think it's been helpful for council. But I want to point out the decisions and recommendations are being made. This is not an us against farming or ag community. I mean, we're very cognizant of the importance of agriculture in our community. But the reality is, when we're starting to make some of these investment decisions or divestment decisions, we literally have 50% of the life cycle that we have to maintain our current assets. That's the reality. So every year we're 50% funded to do all of the work that's required. And that's why we get into a situation like this. So it's not a matter of saying we're not going to raise our taxes by 17 or 20%. That would be untenable. So we're trying to make some very, very difficult trade-offs. So I support what Mr. Kelly was saying. If we can actually use the bridges as a test case, we'll walk through the type of criteria Councillor Harrigan provided or suggested and get some feedback from council. But I can say in the 10 years that I've been here, this is one of the most difficult discussions that council has, is to divest or to close or reduce a level of service rather than have increased costs. And that's really what we're trying to do, is staff are trying to follow council's direction, as Tom said, to try and do what we think you wanted, to try and strike the right balance. So we'll take this back, and we're happy to take direction from council, but that's what we're trying to do. So I want to recognize that the contributions from the speakers tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Foss?
Thank you, Your Worship. Did everybody read the divestment strategies report?
Sorry, your mic's not on.
Oh, sorry. Did everybody read the divestment strategy reports? There's lots of them there. I go back a long time, and this here bridge has been brought up, I'm not sure how many times, but several times, and we spent a lot of time in this bridge, getting to the point that we have 800 and some bridges, so if we're gonna spend that much time on all bridges, we're gonna have a real mess in our hands. My theory is that there's been a lot of work done on it. We're at a point where the bridge is at a point where it can't continue on. So my theory is, let's make a decision tonight whether we divest the bridge or repair the bridge. So I would like to make that a motion. Well, I guess this motion's on the floor, but it's
Yep.
that the motion I presented.
Councillor Latimer? No.
I'll defer. That was.
Ladder's been on.
So, through your worship to Chris, so with that being said, you said this is a large drainage to cross. Can it be done with a culvert?
Thank you, Mayor Knapp. So if given the direction, we will investigate detailed design and look at every innovative option as we typically do on our bridge projects. But I can confidently say with we are looking at a drain cross-section of 22 meters in length. So basically from top of bank to top of bank is 22 meters wide. And overall has a width to accommodate of 7.8 meters. There's no culvert out there that can do that.
Okay. I know in Thamesville on Baseline, when you're heading north from Jane Road, they built one and brought it in. And it was like a 2-day adventure and it was done. Is that a feasible option for this?
I'm not familiar with that. Again, we would definitely investigate options. There is, and I didn't mean to speak so against pipe options. There could be an option for a very thick structural plate type of procedure, but it almost would mimic a typical steel and concrete bridge for fabrication purposes. So.
With
Exactly.
the design build and they use in the U.S., has that been an option where it's all designed and built by one company?
We have not investigated design build options for any of our infrastructure projects yet.
That is something we probably should be looking at. But anyway, so when this report comes back, is it a lot of work to put together options to replace the bridge when it does come back? If this motion goes through? I know we want to deal with this one right now and then look at the bigger picture later.
If given the direction to proceed with keeping this bridge in inventory and to move forward with detailed design, it will be a staged process where we will secure a consultant that will likely come back before council for approval to secure the consultant. And then he will move forward into the detailed design and evaluate all of the innovative and potential options, which at that point we will have a better understanding, but that will be quite some time into the process. At this rate, it'll be likely the beginning of next year before we know exactly what those other options could be.
Okay, and the other part of that was mentioned that there's going to be several dollars put into the intersection at Queen's Line. So I guess we should probably have an idea of what that would cost as well. And we can use that in our decision-making process, whether we keep the bridge or fix the intersection.
So the intersection improvements that were identified will be done regardless if we choose to proceed with bringing the bridge back or if we choose to divest it. We recognize that the two intersections here. So the intersection actually at McDougall and Queens Line, we recognize that that is a challenge for turning movement, primarily if you're going the eastbound direction coming from that road. But also the intersection improvements for Queens Line and Merlin, again, that is on capital, awaiting council approval.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Latimer, did you have anything?
I'm agreeing with the councillors that have talked with regard to concerns of the farmers and the community. I think you're acting on previous council direction, and you're also acting on your list that you devised with regard to what needs to be divested first. Correct? Am I correct?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. We are acting on new council direction. Again, it's your new term priorities that essentially we're following to come up with this recommendation, and as well as the Innovation Committee recommendation.
I understand that. I think the essence of Councillor Harrigan's motion, I think everyone's in agreement with, but I think we also hear you saying we need direction what to do with this bridge tonight. So I'm prepared to make a motion to go forward with the replacement design because it has to come back to us anyway. Correct? Before anything's done with it?
Councillor Latimer, we have to vote on this one
Right,
first.
yeah,
But if this one fails, then you can
do
put forward another motion, or we can go back
Correct.
to the original motion.
Okay. Why does it have to fail? Yeah, I don't think it has to fail.
Well, no, she's saying defer this till till the report comes back and then we'll make a decision. That's what, in essence, this is saying.
So she can make a friendly amendment.
But that's not friendly. Oh, okay. It's contradictory, though, isn't it? I'd rather start the process.
And if we pull it out of there and then your motion fails.
Yeah. Takes 2/3 to open it again, you're right.
That's right, what did you do?
To go just do her and then come back with a.
I don't know, but I think the next motion.
Yeah.
The amendment is looking as though we want to add that and saying within there, it's going to say take McDougall Bridge off of the divestment list. Is that what you're saying, Councillor Latimer?
Move forward to invest, take a step forward to invest in this bridge.
We can always put it, you can always put it back on. No, you can't.
No.
We get direction, it's going.
Yeah, it's going, because they have to go one way or the other. They can't wait, because if you're going to start with the consultants and everything else, you're going to go on that path, and then 3 months later, do we say, no, forget that, we're just kidding, and
I'm just afraid if we don't do something tonight, we're gonna jeopardize, it just makes the whole situation worse, as Councillor Sakachi explained.
so we'll, it's up to you. Is this a friendly amendment you're going to add to it, and
hope it goes through. If it doesn't, we'll have to have 2/3 to bring it back, for me to put it back on the table.
Sorry, can the clerk comment on this? Is there anything that you want to add to this?
I feel bad for the people who are watching who are trying to
Sorry, I didn't mean to complicate, but I just.
So we have a motion on the floor, and that's the one that is pending now. And because of the two paragraphs at the bottom speaking, well, the last one speaking directly about the McDougall Line Bridge, that's against what's being discussed here about proceeding with. So depending on what the mover wants to do with this, we'd have to vote what's on the floor currently.
So-
If it was, just for an example, if it was removed and we voted on the motion to proceed with the bridge or whatever, a report or a motion could follow that, asking for a further report on X afterwards once a decision's made.
So I would like to then remove the 4 words, including McDougall Line Bridge bracket, from my original motion. But I think what Judy was saying is potentially an easier way to do it is for me to say, like, let me pull this so that Councillor Latimer can put forward, let's take the steps forward to invest in McDougall
Yeah,
Line.
I
And
see
then
that.
I could then put this forward back on. Yeah. So from a procedural point, for the purpose of doing things simply, if I pull this down now, enabling Councillor Latimer to have that conversation. Right, Judy, is that what you're, and then I can put it
Clerk,
back up.
so you can
Yeah.
pull it and, okay.
So I'd
All
like
right,
to- I'd like to
so if
withdraw
you'd
my
like to
motion
withdraw this motion, okay.
At this moment.
And Councillor Foss?
I thought I had the option to make the motion prior to.
Well, no, she's pulling it though. She's agreeing to pull her
I
motion.
realize that, but I spoke to it and indicated that I would like to have made a motion prior to Councillor.
No, it's her agreeing to that. That's
I
the
know
difference.
that. No, but, okay, as long as I get a chance to make the motion.
But I didn't want to pull, I didn't know what Joe was going to say. So, right? No, I don't know what Joe was going to, Councillor Foss was going.
I mentioned it earlier.
This fund, we're going to have to put a motion to get an extension to continue this discussion. So can I get a motion to extend the council meeting to 10:30, is it? Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Finn. Show of hands, all in favor? All right, we're going to continue on till 10:30. So the saga continues here. So now, how it's the summary is, if you pull your motion, Councillor Foss, then we'll be able to put a motion on the floor. So I'm asking you if you're okay with Councillor Foss, and then if he declines to put anything up, then I can go to Councillor Latimer to put a motion up.
All right, I guess it's one way or the other how you word it to divest or invest, and then we vote based on whatever the person moving says. So yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so you're pulling your motion. So Councillor Foss, we're over to you.
Okay, I will move that we replace the bridge on McDougall Line.
Yeah, I'll second, oh, sorry.
Councillor Harrigan?
So I'll second that motion.
Okay, any questions related? I know Councillor Solomon was in this, he was in line to speak, so I'll go to Councillor Solomon.
Well, a lot's happened since I put my hand up last. I had 2 things. I wanted to know what the count was on the vote to extend. It looked to me like it was 8 against extending, but that's okay. The other is, that motion is in direct contrast to the lengthy motion or the lengthy report brought by administration. I read the divestment strategy, and I read table 1, and I was just wondering, you've got 2013, 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18, and there's 25 divestments listed there. Now, in case the public's wondering, we have right in front of us the council term priorities, and it says rationalize current inventory of bridges, roads, parks, buildings in support of new infrastructure. You told us that. There's 25 on here on this divestment report. How many did you divest?
Well, my main problem with this is everyone just argued that we need more information to make a
That's
decision.
bridges, and then I'll ask you
And now
another
we're
one.
to make a decision with a lot less information, which is the challenge at 10 o'clock at night.
I know there's some where there were a road where you could get to the same location from either end of the road, like Owen Road. But how many did you divest?
Thank you, Mayor. So the answer is we haven't divested any yet. Through increased funding, we have actually taken 10 off that list.
So, in other words, there's 25 on the divestment list. You haven't divested a single one, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The second question is, of parks, how many parks have you divested us of?
Parks?
Parks. It's the same answer, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The answer is 0.
Buildings, for instance, a library.
0. Yes, but I would
Tilbury
argue...
Library's been closed?
Libraries was the question.
Yeah, libraries.
We lost one ECDEB, but we've also moved them to a new building too, so.
It's just a movement, yeah, okay. And no libraries. Any other actual buildings where you've totally closed? No, I don't know the answer to that one, there may be.
$50,000.
Totally closed and not replaced.
Closed isn't the same as divested, though.
Yes, the horticultural building on Grand.
In Chatham.
It was divested, not replaced.
Right, okay. So far I got one divestment in 23 years.
Somebody's been asked, Councillor Oche, point of order.
Mint line, he said, over the Batiste Creek.
Hmm? He's refuting a statement that was made.
No, I asked the questions when that was still a motion. I didn't get to speak to it. He's allowing me to speak to it.
Okay, but we're getting other hands going up to comment.
Yeah, point of order.
He asked for a point of order. Sir, can you confirm that there was one bridge closed?
Well, that bridge was closed at the time of the report, so we just haven't replaced it. And it's important that council read the bottom, which was provided. Divestment means that no funds will be allocated to maintain or renew a given bridge site. Public safety will be ensured. Biannual inspections will take place. When a structure reaches life cycle and warrants closure for safety, it will be eliminated from service and ultimately the bridge inventory. So we also said as money became available, we would potentially reinvest in those particular structures. So at the time when this report was done, that was a bridge that was already out of commission.
Thanks for the point of clarification. Back to you, Councillor Solomon.
So the only reason I bring this forward is we were pretty serious when we had our lengthy meetings on strategic planning because that was so important to do. We set priorities. I'm just concerned that we never follow them, not in 23 years. And the other concern I have is that our staff is spending a lot of time working on these things, coming back with reports. The infrastructure committee makes reports. I've heard from them. They're frustrated that nothing happens that they recommend. I'm not even speaking to the McDougall line bridge because that's sort of, but this was as you said, a systemic motion more than anything else. I just don't think we act on these things. And my point is, maybe we shouldn't be putting all this staff time into things if our history is that we never act on them. And it doesn't seem that our future is any different than our history.
Okay, do we have any other questions related to Councillor Foss's motion to reinvest in the bridge? Councillor B. McGregor, then Councillor Harrigan.
I know we have an approximate cost from, I think it was 2011 or 2012 of replacement of that bridge. Do we know ballpark what that would be in 2019, 2020 dollars?
Factoring in, thank you, Mayor Canff. Factoring in some inflation, because that was an 8-year-old estimate that was provided, maybe in the magnitude of 3 million.
Yeah, and I think that that's good information to have. With Councillor Foss's motion on the floor right now, we just went around the horseshoe and talked about how we wanted more information. We weren't prepared to make a decision one way or another tonight. And making the decision to reinvest in the bridge or to divest the bridge, that's a decision tonight. So I think it's worth pointing out that a lot of us did support the initial motion that was on the floor to get some more information back in whatever form that looked like, with the pretense that it was difficult at 5 after 10 this evening to make a decision that, in the range of $3 million that has some implications to the way we deal with these in the future. So, I'm, to be honest, uncomfortable making a decision on divestment or investment tonight without that report. And this motion on the floor makes that difficult. I don't know if I want to vote on the future of the bridge for these farmers and users of that bridge tonight without this information that we wanted to come back and without understanding maybe the totality of the picture with some other upcoming divestments. So I think that's the sort of pickle we're in right now if we go forward and don't defer this decision and look for at least some semblance of the report requested by Councillor Harrigan in the now pulled motion.
Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you. So I wasn't planning on asking some of the questions specifically about McDougall Line Bridge because of the initial motion to approach this more systemically, but since it's on the floor now, I do have some questions. And I want to start by saying, I actually do think we have all the information because the motion that I put forward brought forward aspects that needed to be considered about McDougall Line Bridge that we've heard from tonight. We've heard the deputations of the farmers who are living things like safety, things like traffic on other roads, things like community and the importance of agriculture. We heard that through deputations. What my initial motion was hoping that staff reports would start to take kind of some of that complexity into consideration when they're making these recommendations. And again, I don't want to belittle in any way how great of an engineering report this is and traffic study this report does and the information that it gives on McDougall Line, but I do have questions about it, kind of thinking about the community in mind. So the first is that the report references McDougall Line as a shortcut to get to Queen's Line or to kind of bypass Queen's Line. Can you expand on that in terms of if you're referring to a shortcut from time, because it's a gravel road, so it's certainly not that much faster by any means. And then if that shortcut, if you considered what we've heard from deputations is the throughway of agricultural vehicles that are using the shortcut more as a safety route.
Thank you, Mayor Canff. So the shortcut was more of a term used for the distance rather than time. Recognizing that this is a gravel road, there's not a lot of fast traveling vehicles down this road, so there's not really a time savings by any means. It's basically for people avoiding the intersection of Queen's Line and Merlin Road.
Right.
So it's for that southbound to westbound movement or for that eastbound to northbound movement primarily.
And you commented about the average daily traffic allowance or what that rate was for Queen's Line or County Road 42 and noted that it could easily hold a couple thousand more or a couple hundred more vehicles. I'm not sure exactly what it was, so based on the change in traffic. Does that consider the types of vehicles? Because these farm vehicles are going at a much slower speed than what the posted rate of 90 kilometers an hour is.
Understood. So yes, the Queen's Line can accommodate that increase in traffic. There is a significant amount of agricultural traffic already on Queen's Line. I know it's definitely more preferred to use the back roads and roads like this, for example, that can accommodate this. I do want to stress again that the McDougall Line Bridge specifically is very heavily load posted, and the current agricultural movement happening on it is even a bit of a concern.
And thinking about that 400 average daily traffic rate on McDougall Line from 7 or 8 years ago in that initial study, even if we were, do you have an idea of what percentage of agricultural vehicles would be? We could guess 1% at 4, or 2% at 8, or 10% at 40. I didn't see it in the report, but I don't know if there's like a guesstimation just based on where it's located and what we've heard in deputations today. I'd imagine it would be quite a high number.
So as noted in one of the reports, the main report, the truck volume is reported to be about approximately 10% of the volume of traffic. With respect to agricultural traffic, we do not have that statistics. We'd have to actually go out and measure that.
Right. So, but we could assume similar or something in the range. We wouldn't really know. But 40 vehicles in terms of trucks alone, right? So what I just wanted to emphasize to my fellow councillors, because now we're making the decision about McDougall Line, is I think the information that was provided to us by the rural residents of Chatham-Kent around their experiences should be dictating for us our decision tonight. I absolutely appreciate Councillor Solomon's comments about, should divestment be a strategy if we're going to always say no? And I don't think saying no to divestment is necessarily a bad thing when it comes to our agricultural roads and businesses, because in many ways, ag is the backbone of Chatham-Kent. But that again is for another time. So those are just my comments. I obviously seconded and will be supporting to keep McDougall Line open, but I do think we need to change the way we talk about divestment and investment of our assets in Chatham-Kent.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor OJ.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I'll be real quick. As a person that's inside the agricultural community, I can very much attest to McDougall Road being a road that agricultural people use and moving equipment. And it's not just a thoroughfare, it's a safety. And that really, to me, has not been taken into account. We need to get this big equipment off those highways. And number 2, or Queen's Line, or whatever you want to call it, is a highway. And when you bring slow-moving vehicles to a highway, the width is way more than the allowed pass. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So that is why I will support this, because in the agricultural community, it is a hard drive wherever we go with our equipment. And we take this away, it makes it that more harder. And our infrastructure isn't there to support the agricultural community and how much that equipment has grown over the years.
Councillor OJ, followed by Councillor Pinsonneau.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to Chris. The funds that Councillor Fluker made with his motion, I'm going to say 4 years ago now, 3 years ago. Are they been all used?
Thank you, Mayor. So it was $500,000 per year for 3 years. That brought us up to 85% funding on bridges like this, greater than 3 meters. We stand at 17% for bridge and culverts less than 3 meters. So we still have a long ways to go.
Through you, Your Worship. So I guess that was for bridges like this. So are we out of that money then? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just a question of priorities. We have 85% funding. So essentially of greater than 3 meters. So if I have 10 bridges to do, I can do 8 with the funding that we have. So we still have to always prioritize 2 out of the equation until we're fully funded.
Okay, thank you. And then I see your new turnoff and your kind of your roundabout for the traffic that wants to turn around. Do we own all that property?
Thank you, Mayor Camp. You're referring to the property at the end of McDougall where the current bridge is at?
No. In this picture, you have like a turnabout. It looks like it's actually on the Tellier Tellier Farm, to tell you the truth. The statement of portable cost, it's not really a page number on it. Construct a new cul-de-sac you have.
I believe you're referring to an appendix of one of the previous reports that was an appendix to this report.
Oh, okay, so the turnaround, wherever you're thinking of the turnaround then, because this obviously must not be it, then do we own the property where you're thinking about doing a turnaround? And if not, is that in the price of the $800,000?
I guess the proximity of land that the municipality owns, if I'm envisioning that turnaround. Okay. So yeah, that turnaround there was a concept that was provided back in one of the previous reports, likely the 2012 report, as an option should we choose to eliminate this bridge. That we own approximately, I think 14 meters from edge of road to accommodate that bulb. So we'd have to investigate if there would be any land purchasing requirements, but that'd have to be looked into a little bit further. Based on that report and looking at that bulb, I don't believe so, but that'd have to get verified.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have anything like this currently figured out for Queens Line and McDougall turnaround right now?
That would have been the next step. Should we proceed with eliminating this bridge, we would come up with a solution like that to present to you for approval.
Okay. And then, through you, your worship, we are, or what I heard with the Mint line is, and I'm not sure, that it was divested before some table was made? Because that was this divested in the last 3 years, 2 to 3 years, Mint line. It was my first term of council.
So thank you, Mayor. So there are a number of bridges on that list. Crow Road, for example, Owen Road, Mint Line, I thought was another one. It was just simply closed. We didn't officially say that they're closed for good. What we said at the time was if money became available, we would reconsider opening those particular structures.
And is that what you're looking at with this bridge as well?
Which bridge are you referring to? Mint Line?
McDougall.
McDougall. No, again, our incentive was based on the direction we received from the Infrastructure Committee and this council. You asked us to bring forward ideas for divestment. This is a bridge that we knew was coming up, that we had to make a decision, we had to start the design, and it was also on the divestment list. So that was the reason we brought it forward to this meeting tonight.
I must have been absent for Innovation and Infrastructure meeting because I don't ever remember anything being said about divestment. As I am new this year, and I knew nothing about divestment, and neither did another gentleman that's in it that I was talking to earlier today.
So that report is in your binder.
From this
the
year?
infrastructure report is in your binder.
From this year?
Yeah.
Okay, like I say, I may have missed that meeting, but so did the other gentleman, obviously, then. But it would have been nice to actually have a meeting so that we could have spoke about this divestment. It has been a while since we've had an Innovation and Infrastructure meeting, and I'm hoping that the next one is going to actually take place so we can speak on these things and any other. I think this should be one thing for sure. Any bridge that we're looking at closing should be brought up at the Innovation and Infrastructure meetings, and I'm sure that everyone on the board would think the same way. So I'm hoping that will take place no matter how this turns out tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Worship. I represent the rural community, and honestly, I don't want to see any bridges divested. I do know that there is going to come a day when we have to. But honestly, this one here, 200 vehicles a day, that's fairly significant for a gravel road. Because a lot of gravel roads are a lot less than that. This motion that's up here on the screen, I like that. And I honestly think at some point we should follow through with that anyhow. But the motion's on the floor tonight, and I'm going to just support it just because I don't want to see bridges divested. And I think this one is used, and all said and done, if it's going to be closed because it's not safe, we need to get working on the design.
Seeing no other questions, we will put this to vote. All in favor of the motion, put up your hand. Sorry, no, sorry. Sorry, the Councillor Foss motion. We're going to get that up there, or can we? Okay, we have to read it, okay. Sorry, just to clarify, is before you, that if we support this tonight, that whether the bridge is 2 million, 5 million, 10 million, we're saying build it. Is that, no, but is that the confirmation here? Because if we tell them to go ahead and to do this, I'm just confirming here that.
Per staff, if we move forward to replacement, they will get the information of the cost, they will bring that back to, sorry, just per the staff in the question, should we say we're replacing it, they're going to either put out notices or contract a consultant to identify the needs, move forward with the steps, and then return to council with the information from the consultant about the replacement design, I believe was how that question was answered.
So we would, in theory, we would have another opportunity to look at it and say, oh, it's $8 million. No, that's too expensive. Or just confirming the process. Okay. All right.
And the motion reads that administration move forward with the replacement of the McDougall Line Bridge.
Okay. All in favor, please put up your hand. That passes. Okay. Okay, we've got 10 minutes left. We had. Yes, we're gonna go back to 14A. No, we're not. That's done. That's pulled. Okay, so we're gonna go back to 14A. We have to refresh our memories of the tender award contract T19-317. Mr. Norton, you had some comments, or you asked a question. You went away and got some information.
Mr. Mayor, it's 10:20 p.m. and I'm not sure anyone's mind is really focused on this now, but I'll give you the information I have. So, you know, if you want really short, is I recommend that you proceed and approve the recommendation as brought to you by administration. I think any other option at this stage, it's possible, but we're starting to walk down a path that could cause significant legal problem for us.
Okay, so if we can get a flashback of who was the who made the motion and who seconded?
The tender was proposed passed by Foss, seconded by Brock McGregor.
Okay, any other questions based on what we just heard?
However, there was a motion on the floor to motion to postpone by Oche and Pinsino.
Okay, so the motion to postpone, are you still, after hearing this, are you still good with your motion? You want to vote on that? Councillor Oche?
If I could just speak on it for one moment. I'm not sure if that means we're going to legal matters, if is that what you're saying by saying take the recommendation, because there's an awful big savings there that I think would obviously be great for us, but I guess what I'm going to ask for now on then, instead of taking this right out and getting a price on them, is to look into these steel culverts, because if there's truly a $550,849.97 savings, and I know that's not installed.
OJ, you're asking about, you want to continue on with your motion to defer this?
I'm asking the questions just to decide.
Okay.
I would like to see this come to us with both pricing for now on, because it sounds like this one is not going to happen with the culvert, but because of legal reasons. But I would like, for now on, when we get something brought to us, that there's a quote for both ways, if that's possible. and I will, if Steve's okay with it, I'll pull this motion.
All right, so we're back to the original motion 14A. So with the original people, any other questions related to that? Seeing none, all in favor of 14A, put up your hand.
14A, the recommendations were in the report.
Okay, motion passes. All right, so given we've got 7 minutes, I'm going to suggest we defer 20A and 20B. And seconded by Council.
Your Worship, my concern is we've got Gord's in for the appointment bylaws, and Mike's going to be leaving before our next council meeting, so I'm going to ask if we can actually, I think it's fairly straightforward, but I think number 20A is something that could be passed relatively straightforward. It's a housekeeping issue because Mike's leaving.
Councillor Latimer, seconded by Councillor C. McGregor. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. All right. So we'll defer 20B. The number 22, approval of communication items. Is there any items that people want pulled out? Councillor Foss, making a motion. No, they can't hear at home if you don't use the microphone.
I'll be quick. It's pertaining to an information item, 3B, and it's from the Township of South Frontenac. We approved a letter going to the minister because it was Warwick Township that had put the motion together. I got a call from a farmer that had an experience probably about 10 years ago with activist groups coming into his facility, letting animals go, and I think it warranted to be recognized a little more than just that letter. And I would probably like to see somewhere along the line that we maybe send a stronger letter indicating to the government and the Attorney General that the people that are doing these activist groups, that they need to be penalized in a more severe manner. These people are being able to advertise the crime that they're doing, and they're not being penalized for it. So I think we need to really send a strong message to Parliament Hill stating that time is at the essence to correct this.
So is this something you bring to the next council meeting?
I could probably do that, yes.
Okay. So approval, Councillor Bondi?
Hello? Okay, good. I'll be like super fast. Just somebody asked me to ask about this. Item number 2C, it's about widening and more importantly, the concrete barriers on the 401. And in the letter from the engineer, it asked whether or not our organization has an interest in the project, who will be the contact, and it was addressed to Mr. Shropshire. So just to confirm that I'm sure that we did say that we are interested, we would like to get the updates, et cetera, et cetera.
That's correct, and Mr. T-Bear and Mr. Kelly will be the primary contact.
Great, thank you. Good night.
Given the timing, unless we extend, we won't be able to do any of the non-agenda business. Any objections? Okay. So reading of the bylaw, first and second reading. Councillor Finn, seconded by Councillor Oche. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Third and final reading. Councillor Pinsino, seconded by Councillor Latimer. Any questions? Seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Resolution Council in closed session and adjournment.
Thank you, and through the mayor, I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, September 23rd, 2019. And that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
Meeting adjourned.